a little ahead of you.
Yeah. It's not going to. Okay, before we start, I'd like us to observe a moment of silence for the following individuals. Santa Costa Whitmore, a retired employee of the North Syracuse Central School District. Thank you. Let's do the Good News student recognition. Why don't we do that first, Dr. Dice?
You were getting close for something else.
Good evening, everyone. We have a number of students to acknowledge tonight, so we're happy that we're going to start with good news. First and foremost is the Drug Quiz T-shirt design contest. In recognition of our winning first place in the Drug Quiz Show T-shirt design contest, North Syracuse Central Schools District acknowledges Kyle Toms. As well as Casey Toms. Woo! I'm sure it fits me versus you. Nice.
Great job.
Nice job. Nice job.
They each won their divisions. There was actually two. They each won in their division. Yeah. Pretty cool.
Next, we'd like to acknowledge the high school girls basketball team. Can you guys stand? In recognition of your achievement as a scholar athlete and winning the New York State and Federation Championships, Cicero North Syracuse High School girls basketball team, we'd like to acknowledge Sarah Bowles, Alexis DiGanero, guys, if you're here, come on down. Kara Gannett, Julie Hogberg, congratulations. Elizabeth Miles. Hannah Nichols. Brittany Paul. Adriana Patzer. Brianna Stewart. Abby Tapano.
Great dunks, by the way. Nice job. Congratulations, Abby. Great job.
Rochelle Walters. Is Mr. Smith in the audience? Laura Shelley, are you in the audience? Can you guys come on down? Because without you guys, they would not be here. And Kelly Corbin. Actually, all the coaches, just come on down. Nice job. You guys rock. You guys rock. You guys rock. Congratulations. Congratulations. So can you all, Lori, are they going to stay up here or do you want them? Okay, can you guys go to the back so that we can take a group picture? Yep, no, these are, Scott. Are you, Tom? All right. Yes, they are. So I'm calling them or you calling them? Okay. Oh, no, that's fine. This is my first time. No, I'm okay.
Pete Moore. Pete, are you here? This is girls track. He's gonna, yeah. Before we get started, the one thing that I want to tell you all, obviously the girls basketball team did an outstanding job. I watched 4 games, the 2 in Troy and then the 2 in Albany. They did CNS very proud. They were nothing but class, and all the people I sat around from the state and all over the place just couldn't get over how well our girls did. And I'll tell you something, it was the 4 best high school girls basketball games I've ever watched. And so they have done CNS, as I said before, very, very proud because they are just an outstanding group and they deserve everything they get. They truly do. So the next gentleman I have here is Mr. Pete Moore, who...
This is probably a biased statement, but women rock. Girls rule.
I'll give it to you this time. They do. They really do. They just an outstanding job, and they played against some tough, tough competition. Mr. Moore, you just had a great year, and we want to thank you, and we'll let you read them.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. With our team this year, each year we always talk about academics. So the one thing that we preach about is scholar athlete and about being a student first. So each year that we come in, I always tell the kids that one year I hope and pray that I'll get the whole team coming across. So being a scholar athlete. So this year, got a lot of new faces that are coming in and stuff like that. So this year, I think we had like 42 or 44. But the thing is half of those kids are 95 or better. And not only that, these kids understand about academics come first. We also won the team award this year with a team average of 97. can't say enough about what our kids have done and what they continue to do each and every year. We always talk about consistency. They hear it from me every year. And there was a couple girls that had like 95 averages, and one went from a 95 to a 99.6. So that's what we try to talk about, scholar athletes. So these are our scholar athletes. First is Caitlin Anderson, Teresa Brown, Megan Caveney, Emily Dolan, Danielle Ford, Frankie Gleason, Whitney Hotchkiss, Jade Jenkins, Courtney Kinney, Maria Lamontagne, Amanda Lurch, Alana Lorraine, Courtney McCardle, Taylor McLaughlin, Christine Osborne, Danielle Owens, Kristen Shug, Justine Seliger, Alexis Shaughnessy, yeah, she's not home. Okay. Who's this? Oh, it's Justine. Low. Holly Shoup, Amanda Schumann, Mariah Thompson, Mrs. Amanda.
Amanda, just keep shaking hands, keep smiling. We'll get you a picture. Thank you. There's a picture. Hallelujah.
Mariah Thompson, Ellen Traub, Nicole Watchert, Rachel Wisely, Jessica Wheeler, Katie Laris, Angela Rice, and she's one with a 99 average. She's an 8th grader. And Ellen Traub, can you please stand up? This is the young lady right here that took her average from a 95 to a 99. Taylor Perry, Savannah Stevens, Katie Osborne, Sonia Mensa, Madeline Melody,
The beast. Here you go. All right.
Melvin Kukulich. Victoria Pirano. Piro. Alexandra Piro. Amy Kozlowski. Jenna Lippert. Elizabeth Westfall. Lakin Hilbert. Ashley Macy. And Tegan Portier. 2012 Scholar Athletes. Thank you.
Next we have. Yes. Next we have boys swimming, Coach Gill.
Congratulations, great job.
Should I just yell stroke, kick, or what?
I was going to be nice. All right. This year we set 5 school records, had a state qualifier, had a wonderful team. It's okay, I'll go again.
I just want to interrupt you. Girls track, please go outside and get your picture taken. Okay, all the girls track ladies, along with Coach Moore. I want to see that nice face, baby. Big smile. Okay, go ahead.
Hello. I'd like to congratulate our team on Scholar Athlete. We set 5 school records, had a state qualifier. I'd like to thank the parents and Mr. Tatham and Mr. Svoboda for coming to so many meets and doing so much for us. Feel free to stop by. You can come watch a meet. Those of you at the junior high know that the pool is on the 4th floor.
Yes. It has been for years.
Mark Hallbritter. Rich Branchmanis. Zach Dengos. Daniel Eager. Ronnie Puma. Jacob Mecker. William Worksman. Yep, just so you know, when you watch Billy walk down, he holds 2 individual records for diving, 2-time state qualifier, and is also on 2 relay records. So he's done a nice job. Next up, Andrew Nutter. Another school record holder, Benjamin Mozo. Another school record holder, Richard Blackburn. And finally, Scott Cooley. Thank you very much.
All right, boys, great job. Look, Coach, take them outside. They'll get their picture taken. Next, we have boys indoor track, Coach Nastasi. I'm so impressed. You're all dressed up. It's 2 days in a row.
It's always exciting to see all the youngsters that receive awards related to Scholar Athlete because, as we've all mentioned before, this is an academic institution first. And it's always great to see all the energy that these different students have in the different sports and to work in their class grades and do outstanding. They are future leaders in our country, and it's always exciting to see this. I'd like to at this time recognize 12 athlete boys that are Scholar Athletes. Gannon Andrews. Morgan Austin. Tom Caraher. Joe Castaldo. Kevin Chelfie. Matt Crow. Paul DeGennaro. Colin Greensight. Nathan Hilt. Brian Junod. Tate Laporte. And Ken Ryan. The boys indoor track program had an outstanding season. They were undefeated league champions, and they set 3 new school records. And believe me, to set 1 school record in this district, it's very difficult. They did an outstanding job, both academically and also in terms of competition.
Nice job, people. Go out and have your picture taken. Go with it. Next, we have ice hockey, Coach Bailey. Okay, Coach must be still skating someplace. Cole Parzik. Justin Tyler. Chris Schneid? Schneid, I'm sorry. Nick Schneid. Paul Ludden. Alexander Johnston. Eric Hamilton. Daniel Rush. Matt Fume. Ben Cummings. Jesse Fabry. And that's boys ice hockey. Fellas, go out and have your pictures taken. Hey, we're good. Thank you very much. Oh, we're just enjoying life. And hey, parents, thank your kids. They did a great, great job, and you all need to be proud of them, which I know you are. Have a good time.
Tom will miss you doing that little gig every year.
99.6, man. Wow. At this time, I'd like to, where are we, Michael? At this time, I'd like to make a motion that we move into executive session for the purpose of receiving an update on negotiations with one district bargaining unit with action to follow. Second, Bob, all in favor? Unanimous, and sit tight. We'll be right back. Oh, take your time. I'm waiting until everybody gets back. I don't know. No, I don't think so. He wants to speak or something. He called for a ride. So this is yeah. In one of the item that we adjourned to executive session for, at which we will vote on a resolution in a few minutes here, is I guess directly related to the quality and the dedication of the bargaining units, specifically the teachers as the lead group and the directors and so on, to understand the plight of education, to understand the plight of our students, and to understand and empathize with the plight of the taxpayers in our school district. When I'm out in the community, and especially lately, it seems that people that know me and know that I'm on the school board, and maybe they stream us live here and there, they say to me, geez, how's that going? It must be difficult. Those district employees, not just district employees, but state employees and all of these other bargaining units, geez, you got to cut their benefits. Geez, you can't give them raises and all those other things. And, they only work 186 days a year. And I look them in the eye and I tell them that they should have experience with the people that we work with. I challenge them to spend 5 minutes in a classroom and not just to hand out cake and water and napkins. Our district bargaining units, and again, our teachers are the majority. They're the largest group. They're the largest unit that we have. And basically, they're kind of like me. They're the leaders. They're the trendsetters. We were able to self-fund our insurance, save this district millions of dollars. We can't just say, oh, we're going to change our insurance or we're going to self-fund. We can't say that. We have to have consideration for the groups that they affect and empathy for the groups they affect. What did they do? When we made the proposal and told the groups how much it was going to save and the fact that the coverages were going to be just as good and all of those other things, without going into great detail, they said yes. When we talked about self-funding our workers' compensation, again, that's not something we can just go do, but when we went to our groups and we told them what it would save and how we would approach it and how we would work together, they said yes. When we talked about prescription drugs, we talked about the fact that the difference between a $1 copay and a $3 copay was X amount of dollars, or the difference between using a generic medication, if you could, if you can't, that's one thing, but if you could, it will save the district hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they said yes. When we talked about the fact that we were struggling last year, well, we've been struggling for a long time, but when we talked about the dire straits we were in last year, they came to the plate. We didn't ask them. They came to the plate, many of our bargaining units, and they said, you were going to give us this raise over this year. Why don't we see if we can spread that out over 2 years and take less and save the district money? Well, they came to the plate again. And not only did they come to the plate for this year, our teachers, but they came to the plate for the next 3 years. I think that's wonderful. So in a time where everybody says, oh man, they don't only work 186 days and they get all these benefits and they get raises and this, that, and the other thing, well, they deserve every single minute and every single penny. So with that, I would like to make a motion that we approve the memorandum of agreement between the North Syracuse Education Association and the North Syracuse Central School District for a period of July 1, 2012 to June 30th, 2015. Second, Tony, all in favor? And that's unanimous. And
Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. We actually had a couple of presentations when we go through our budget proposal tonight, and one of the, well, since this development, we were able to go back, see that our directors, our superintendent, and all our key players are meeting, every day, every other day, going over what we can do with what we have to have the least impact on the classroom as it can. So as part of the presentation you'll see tonight, the effects of what our teachers are doing for us is going to be outlined. So with that's unanimous. And Mr. Karula, you're the first speaker.
Good evening, Board, and thank you. Pat, you made some very profound statements, and I will tell you is that in one sense, you've come around and stolen some of the things that I would like to. It's okay, and I'm actually, it is much better that when we talk of these issues, that it is reflective of the recognition of the Board that, you know, we're not saying, hey, look where we've been, or hey, look what we've done. It's been recognized, and it's overwhelmingly felt by the majority of our unit. I do want to impress upon the issue that we do recognize the starkness of our financial reality. And this attempt to come to the district to present a 3-year plan is to ensure that we are still able to provide the best quality programming for our students. We have, again, come forward. We know that it's appreciated. And on behalf of the local, I do want you to understand that this was not an easy conversation over the course of these last few days. And with that, we still have, and we will say, we have our own supermajority. It was overwhelmingly approved to do this. So I'm going to keep it brief. Thank you very much for all the kind words. We will continue to meet you because our role is not only providing the best quality education, but it's meeting this community and the needs of our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have a lot of work to do tonight. Tonight is the night that we are going to try to decide what's in, what's out, what kind of tax rate we're going to try to put forward. So I would ask, if you could please, to try to keep your comments as close to 3 minutes as you can. We're not going to get the hook on you or anything, but just in the effort of time, we've added a couple speakers. So, Connie, the speaker that you just added, where? Okay. So try to keep it to 3 minutes. We'll start with Dylan Lounsbury. Dylan? Welcome, Dylan.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Dylan Lounsbury, and as some of you know, we had an awesome show at Roxborough Road Middle School, and I'm representing on behalf of Drama Club. And we know you guys are having a little financial issues, but if I But if I say, out of all the years we've done a play, I've always learned a lesson. Like, you really want to do a play when you're 6 or 7, when you realize that life is hard and you want to do something with it. A couple of days ago, my teacher, Mr. Mitchell, asked me in my class if freedom really free, and I will take that question to my grave. I remember the play, The Lion and the Mouse. I learned that friends are important. In The Wizard of Oz, I learned that if you try to fulfill your dreams, they'll come true. In Jitterbug Juliet, I learned that you can fight with each other, but it'll always turn up in the edge. And of course, Schoolhouse Rock. I learned that you need acting for a lot of things. Like, to be a teacher, you need to act to be proper. To be you, you need to act like yourself. And even though I came here for drama, I also came here for my own being. And it is proven that people who do extracurricular activities are least likely to do drugs, but also get higher grades. And so please think before you cut it, or you'll maybe be making a big mistake. Thank you, and goodbye.
That's why when I go home, I don't sleep. I don't sleep. I just pace around the house. My dog even learned how to pace. So when I go home on Monday nights, we pace. And I talk to myself a little bit. So, Kevin Rayo.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
As you said, I'm Kevin Rayo from CNS. I'm a senior there, and tonight I'm just going to kind of briefly talk about our music program and extracurricular activities. As soon as we found out when the cuts went up, very wide-range discussions happened between me and my friends and also teachers at the school. And at first, we were kind of really angry because we just saw it's like, well, why us? And then we were just kind of really confused. And we at the high school and other schools have these multi-award-winning ensembles, and we work up to our maximum and perform to our maximum. And the reason why some of us were very confused and that we wrote the letters to you, which I'm sure you received, and you'll be receiving ones from our choruses at CNS, and get up here and speak, is because we do all we can and then some, and it just seems that, at least from what we've just discussed about, that it's almost not good enough for people in this community to still want to have it cut somewhat, if that makes sense. And last year, CNS went to New York City for the Heritage Festival, where we walked away with the Grand Championship Award, and that was achieved through many hours of hard work on both ensembles, the orchestra and the vocal jazz and chorus. And I'm not sure if the band went, but if you did, you also put in your work. And every year we do the NYSSMA and the solo ensembles, and CNS always walks away with high, if not the highest awards possible, gold from almost every ensemble. And, it's been proposed to cut 3rd and 4th grade strings. By cutting these grade levels, students lose so much. I know that I started in 5th grade, which is where these other kids would start off, and every day in orchestra I try, but I just feel even inside I can never catch up or be performing at the level my other classmates do, level 6 gold. I'm still trying to barely work on a level 4. If these programs are cut, then the all-district string fest and whatnot, we're never really going to have the caliber for our orchestra again if these students don't have a chance to rise those extra 2 years, because I know that I wish I could have. And by cutting our music programs, we lose even more than that. I don't know who came, for those of you who came to see Beauty and the Beast that we just put on, that was also accomplished. Our directors and the lighting people and the stage people put in I want to guess over 1,000 hours, and all the actors and performers put in at least 100 hours. And this year I had the honor of going to an all-state chorus with these fabulous directors and singers. And I met a group of people from FM High School, and they said how they purposely planned their musicals to make sure they can come see ours first, because the boy I met there, he said that he comes to our show to get inspiration, and that without our shows, like, they kind of lag on in their own cast. So they come and say, look what can be accomplished. And he said, from seeing all of our shows, he feels himself they've never reached a CNS production. So, and we know the times are tough, and just sometimes we really need to take the big hits, not all in a row, but at some points we do just need to, loosen our belts a little bit and just say, maybe we won't go out to eat this night, we'll save some money, and we understand that not everyone can afford the same things, but we really just have to try as a community. So thank you for listening and for your consideration, and I hope to see you all May 15th and voting yes with me. Thank you.
Ryan, are you a member of the jazz ensemble?
I am a vocal jazz, yes.
If you ever get a chance to hear the jazz ensemble perform, they'll make the hair on the back of your neck stand up. That's how good they are.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Harnois, I can't call you John. You've been Mr. Harnois the whole 20 years I've been around, so come on up, Mr. Harnois.
Thank you, and good evening, Dr. Dice, school board members, audience, and community members. My name is John Harnois, Mr. Harnois. I am a proud employee and resident of the North Syracuse Central School District and have been since 1991. For the past 21 years, I have taught over 2,000 third and fourth grade students how to play the violin, viola, and cello. Also, since 1995, I have taught approximately 850 fourth grade students through the district-wide fourth grade orchestra, which to my knowledge is the only school orchestra of its kind in the county. I wanted to share with you some of the things my students have learned in addition to playing a stringed instrument. Some math skills. The study of rhythm includes dividing whole notes into half-quarter, eighth, 16th notes, and so on in various combinations. A study in the March 1999 issue of Neurological Research showed that after learning eighth, quarter, half, and whole notes, second and third graders scored 100% higher than peers who were taught fractions using traditional methods. Science. The science of sound production is easily demonstrated on a string instrument, as students can visualize how a sound is created as they watch a string vibrate and how length, thickness, and tautness affect the pitch of a string. Social studies. Students learn about different cultures through their music and other arts. Thomas Jefferson, Mr. Crabtree, Thomas Jefferson and Albert Einstein played the violin. I mentioned Mr. Crabtree because he taught fourth grade when I would go into the classroom and mention that to the students. Frederick the Great of Prussia played and composed music for the flute. Physical education. Playing these instruments require fantastic eye, hand, and finger coordination. Physical endurance is developed as the students progress through more difficult and longer examples of music. Having played in an opera pit for many years, I can tell you when you're sitting holding up a violin for 3 hours, it's an endurance test of physical and mental stamina. The brain development is the simultaneous use of both sides of the brain occurs. The connections between the left and right brain is markedly more advanced in string and other musicians. But more importantly than all of the above is that these students can take all of these technical aspects and create something of beauty that is a direct reflection of their own personalities. When a student plays an instrument, they are totally involved in the moment, using all of their senses simultaneously through the three modes of learning: auditory, visual, and kinesthetic. It really shouldn't matter when other districts start their instrumental music programs. This district can be the leader in the county in providing educational experiences early on that will not only stimulate brain development, and it will also encourage students to learn how to cooperate and communicate, not only with each other, but also with the world around them, to make them more productive and caring citizens. I am proud of my students and what they have accomplished through the past 21 years. They always amaze me as to what they are able to accomplish during the short time that I work with them. And this year, we have approximately 300 students in the 3rd and 4th grade. And it really is one of the most cost-effective programs that this district offers. The student-teacher ratio is something like 150 or 125 to 1. So we really, it's one of the most cost-effective programs. And I'm concerned about the 3rd graders who will be not available. Lessons will not be available for them next year. It's approximately 230, I believe, 3rd grade. And something that's very dear to my heart since I created it over 15 years ago is that there would be no more district 4th grade orchestra. Those students meet on Tuesday nights through the year, and they excel way beyond what the average 4th grade student can accomplish. And the concerts, the parents always come up to me at the end and are just amazed at how much they've learned in a little over a year. And to take that away, I think, is going to have a detrimental effect in the short and long term. So at this time, I'd like to turn it over to a grandmother of one of my students at Allen Road. But before I do, I also want to mention that I did notice the students that received awards tonight. I had the pleasure of teaching them, quite a few of them, when they were in 3rd and 4th grade. So here's Mrs. Nash.
Good evening. Superintendent Dice Fawcett, Board of Education members, fellow community members, and our wonderful students. My name is Bonnie Nash. I come as a proud grandmother of my granddaughter, Maria Nash, at Allen Road School, and also as a retired special education teacher from Syracuse City Schools, and last but not least, a concerned taxpayer. First, I would like to advocate that you retain the positions of vocal, string, and instrumental music teachers at Allen Road School. The vocal program is outstanding with creativity, productivity, and the development of our children's musical voices and all their talents. The research shows that children who take violin improve in their reading abilities. Therefore, please consider the greatness of the vocal, instrumental, and string musical programs at Allen Road School. Also, as a special educator for over 30 years, I really would like to advocate for our special education programs, teachers, and teacher assistants. Our precious children with special needs eventually become part of the adult community. Their success as adults depends a lot on their educational experience, K through 12. Let us also remember that our own Kaylee McEwen, a graduate of CNS, brought honors not only to CNS in New York State, but internationally in Greece at the International Special Olympics last year. I spoke with Assemblyman Don Miller, who is a former teacher and principal, this morning on education in Cicero, North Syracuse. He informed me that $2.8 million is allocated to Cicero, North Syracuse that was voted on Friday night in Albany. I hope you use some of this money from Albany to keep art, music, and special ed programs in place. Thank you, Dr. Fawcett, and all the Board of Education members for all your hard work and time spent on our budget.
Thank you, Bonnie. Make sure you get out and talk to your neighbors. Vinny Scipione. Welcome, Vinny.
Good evening, Board of Education and Dr. Dice. I wanted to come to you tonight not to just pinpoint one specific area. I am very diverse, I'd like to call myself. I'm involved in a lot that has gone throughout this district. I want to take you back to my grade school years. In pre-K through 6th grade, I went to St. Daniel's. It's a private school, it's a private Catholic school in Lincourt. Now, when I started there, I had many friends. I lived in this district, and I had many friends that lived in this district right around me, and I saw all of the great opportunities that they had, and I was getting really jealous of what they were being able to do, so I confronted my parents, and I said, hey, can I transfer to the school district? We already live here. And they at first turned me down and said no. And then when I went back again and I showed them everything that I could do, they finally gave in, and I honestly think it was the best decision they've ever made to transfer me into this school district. So starting in the school district, I finished the rest of my 7th grade year. I actually went to Bishop Rhymes for half a year in 7th grade, and then we transferred here, and I went to Gillette for half a year in 7th grade. I finished out the year getting used to the public system, and then 8th grade, I started here at the junior high, and this is where I really flourished. And I started in this very auditorium for 2 years straight, every single day after school, at that booth back there. And being part of the North Syracuse Junior High School Tech Crew changed me completely. After I left this junior high school here, I went on to the high school, and 10th through 12th grade, 10th through 12th, 10th and 11th grade this year, I really haven't had anything to do, so I said I need to start being busy again since I was used to so many days after school in this auditorium. So I joined just a couple of extracurricular activities, 10 to be exact. I am a part of 3 National Honor Societies, which includes Music Honor Society, Math Honor Society, and the regular National Honor Society. I am the historian in the Music Honor Society on top of that. I am also a class representative in the Optimist Club. I am a bass in our vocal jazz at CNS. I am the assistant lighting manager here at the North Syracuse Junior High School still. I am an active member. I'm the lighting manager at CNS, and I am also involved in the musicals at CNS. I've been in Hairspray last year as Mr. Pinky, and this year as Maurice in Beauty and the Beast, and on top of that, I programmed all the lights for that show. And just 2 more, I still am a WCNS morning show anchor, and I am also chosen out of the whole school of CNS in a group of about 40 to 50 people as a peer leader for Sources of Strength. Now, to get to the main point of all this, I see a lot of what goes on throughout this district, and I get to see a lot of more things that lots of kids don't get to see. And district-wide, everything that we have is phenomenal, I believe. But what I really think needs to be reevaluated is, and I've been told I'm probably going to get a little bit of discouragement from this, but I think our administration needs to be reevaluated. I told you I wasn't going to pinpoint one specific thing, but I need to come from the arts area. Ever since I started here at the junior high, I saw everything with the arts, with all the musicals that we worked, and also when I went on to the high school. And I have learned so much throughout the arts, and it has created who I am today. The one and only classroom that I have seen that forces you to use creativity is chorus. And out of everything that I am involved in, chorus is the one that emphasizes creativity more than anything. And I strongly believe that creativity is key to being successful. Everything with our extracurricular is fantastic, but the arts seem to give back, at least from my point of view, the arts seem to give back to the community more than anything. And that is what I love to do, is give back to the community. Now, I have talked to tons of people throughout my neighborhood, and they tell me that they don't even have kids and I know this, they don't even have kids in our district, but they always come to see all of the arts programs that have things going on at CNS and the junior high and all over the place. And I don't want to pinpoint anything else, but I don't see that with other extracurricular activities. I don't see people who don't actually have kids in the district go and support those things. So to round everything up, I think we also need to get out there. I think it's phenomenal that everybody comes here, and we've got 500, 600 people that always come to these special board meetings. They come to these, and they listen, and some of them speak. I think that's phenomenal. But it's not, I don't think it's getting outside these doors, and it needs to move out there, and we need to let people know what is happening. And for an example, the SPCA, when did people start listening? Okay, we went out there, and, well, not necessarily us, but when they went out there, they said, oh yes, we need help, please help us. But people really started listening when you start seeing the commercials on TV with all those dogs and cats sitting in their cages needing something. And same thing goes with the smoking campaign, against smoking. People, ever since smoking was created, I don't know when that was, but ever since it was, people were always like, yes, it's bad for you, this and that. But when people went on TV, they started cutting open livers and other organs, then people started listening. So I believe that we need to go out there and show people what is really going to happen to this district if we get all these cuts and nothing is passed. That about rounds up everything I've had to say. I wish you all the best of luck, and my prayers are with you all. And have a good night.
Thank you. Jack Harbold.
Hello again. I'm Jack Harbold. I'm a parent and a teacher in the district. I'm also lucky enough to teach physical education at KWS Bear Road Elementary. I'm here again tonight to address the opt-out issue regarding physical education at the high school. I would like to start off by sharing some information about our physical education program. The reason when I finished college why I chose, or lucky enough to be here, I guess. Our K-12 physical education program has set the standard for other schools in the area and in our state. Our program would not be successful without the support of our classroom teachers, teaching aides and assistants, building and central administration, and the Board of Education. Our program is the model that other districts strive for. We are the standard in physical education. The physical education teachers in our district provide a carefully planned and sequential curriculum, kindergarten through 12th grade. Physical education is a core subject necessary for high school graduation. According to the State Ed Department, students must demonstrate acceptable levels of physical fitness, physical skills, and knowledge of physical education activities. The state says that students must be competent in 6 different activities from 3 different content areas. Areas including target sports, team sports, net sports, dance, outdoor activities, fitness, personal performance, and field sports. They must also be proficient in 3 different activities from 3 different content areas. And the State Education Department, this is not CNS, and I'm going to stop reading this now. Where's CJ? CJ's inspired me the night I was picking dinner up. I can read facts from the State Education Department, and they do address the opt-out issue. But the opt-out issue is to benefit students. It's not to cut programs. It's not to cut teachers. It's to benefit students in our district. And the motivation behind this is not to benefit the students in our district. It's to cut programs and cut teachers. And that's not its intent. Thank you all, and thank you, CJ.
Hello again. My name is Ryan Caraher. I'm a physical education teacher at CNS, and I'm here again tonight to talk about the proposed physical education opt-out policy for our student athletes. In doing my research over the last couple weeks since this was first presented at the board meeting, I've found only 3 schools from Buffalo to Syracuse that use this policy. All 3 are from the Rochester area: Rush Henrietta, Irondequoit, and Brighton High Schools. All 3 schools have different variations of how they use this policy, but none, let me repeat myself, none cut staff in the process. All these students that opt out of phys ed still count towards their students' class or their teachers' class lists. Irondequoit High School. I was speaking to one of their phys ed teachers this weekend at a football clinic discussing their policy. State Ed came in there last year, went through the whole school, and recommended that they eliminate this policy. I found 2 more schools in the Rochester area this week that have eliminated or will be eliminating this policy. Gates Chili, they eliminated their policy this year because, according to their director of PE, it was too difficult to monitor and it was unfair to have coaches grading their phys ed students. Spencerport High School will be eliminating this policy after this school year. According to their director of physical education, they eliminated it because they are turning to a focus on lifetime activities, which we've done here at CNS in my entire 12 years that I've been here. If this policy is such a good idea, why aren't more schools using it? Why are so many schools going away from it, eliminating the policy? All schools that have eliminated this policy in the last 5 to 10 years have given the same reasons. It's too tough to monitor, it's too difficult to grade the students when they're not in class, and athletics is not a substitute for physical education. I'd like to give you a little example of why this is unfair to the 1,800 or so students who don't participate in a activity, or a sport. I'd like to give you an example of student A. English grades, 72. Math grade, 62. Physical education grade, 80. Science grade, 76. History grade, 65. This student has an overall GPA of less than a 70. Student B, English, 97. French, 99. Health, 99. Math, 99. Phys ed, 96. Overall GPA of over a 99. Student A, according to this policy, can opt out of phys ed. Student B cannot. How fair is that? We as PE teachers are teaching to the New York State standards for physical education. Are these coaches that are monitoring these phys ed students teaching to the same standards? It disturbs me to think that one of my phys ed students can get a grade from a coach that may not even be a certified teacher. I've heard a lot about shared decision-making and collaboration in this district lately, but that doesn't seem to be the case with this policy. Why have no PE teachers or our coaches been consulted with this policy? We have been given no logistics about how this policy will work. I did receive a notice last week that we're going to be setting up a committee to explore this policy. Shouldn't the committee meeting be held before we put this policy into the budget? Common sense tells me yes. We've been told that we want to take this district from good to great. Implementing this policy with our high school phys ed program will take our phys ed program in the opposite direction. Please do not include this policy in the budget tonight. Thank you.
Nancy Young.
Good evening, everyone. I am here tonight not just to fight for teaching assistants, but for a program that I really believe in. My name is Nancy Young, and I'm proud to say I've been a teaching assistant in the North Syracuse School District for 20 years. My first years were at Main Street and then self-contained class at Gillette Road, where kids went by our classroom and peeked in the door to see what our kids looked like. They never interacted with any of them, and they never cared to. But then 12 years ago, I was fortunate enough to be there when the blended program got started, where those children who were once self-contained in one room were placed in a regular ed setting all day. Those 15 kids go to math, language arts, social, science, in groups of about 5 in each subject at a time, with about 20 other regular ed students. They start out in homeroom just like everyone else. They eat lunch with them, and they mix with these kids all day. The other kids welcome their friendships and help them instead of staring at them in a room. But for this program to work, it takes teaching assistants to assist with the groups in each class. The kids need to come out of the room for tests to be read to them. They forget their books and their pencils, as well as needing directions reread and explained clearly. The teacher cannot stop the class every minute to help them, especially with the teachers having to deal with all the new evaluation methods and trying to get through all the curriculum. Without the support of the teaching assistant, this program will not be able to allow these kids to be in this wonderful setting that they deserve. I have seen this program grow so much in 12 years and become better each year. When these kids do a project and they stand up and they present it to the entire class, it gives me goosebumps. And the look on their faces when their classmates clap and the comments of how well they did, regardless of how it really went. And all of our kids learn from that. We still have our share of behavior issues, as we have quite a few autistic and children with disabilities. And there's also medical issues that we deal with, such as diabetes, where they have to go to the nurse 4 times a day for insulin checks. I feel like the teaching assistant is such an important part of the success of this program, and we really don't cost too much. I give all my kids all my all every day. And they give it right back to me. When I see the progress that they make in our room from September to June, and when they come back to our classroom, as one did last week, to tell us that they are seniors and they're graduating, and they want to say hi, and they want to say thanks for believing in them. Wow. I can't believe that this could all go back to where it was 12 years ago. I know the other kids need music, and they need art to further their education. I had 2 kids, too, in CNS, and both graduated in the music program. But these kids with disabilities just want to have a chance to be like the other kids. They start in the blended program, now in kindergarten, and go all the way up through high school. And their social skills grow with them. And the other kids also learn valuable lessons in their lives to be involved with all of our special needs kids. This is not just a job for me, it's making a difference in someone's life. And all these kids deserve a good education, a chance to be happy, and to be a productive adult. And I'm proud to be part of this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Shirley Ware. Hi, Shirley.
My students made me come here tonight. My name is Shirley Ware. I teach Family Consumer Sciences at CNS High School, and I'm a part-time advisor for a competitive academic team, Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, FCCLA. My students wanted me to speak to you tonight on behalf of all the academic competitive teams who are also scholar competitors. For many students, this is where they become the leaders at the local, state, and national levels. Many of the academic competitive teams have already been reduced or eliminated. Many teachers volunteer, and the students pay for their own competition and their own busing and transportation. For example, last weekend, I accompanied my students to the state competition for FCCLA. We came home with 3 golds and 4 silver medals. Many of them qualified for national competition, but it's very difficult to fundraise that much money to go to nationals. We might have a larger team, but it's difficult, again, to fundraise for them to get there and pay their own way. I would encourage you to consider, and I know that you are, to make the reductions as equitable as possible to some of those areas that have already been reduced in the past, and to consider increasing the flexibility of fundraising opportunities for academic competitive teams so that we could still compete in a scholarly manner. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Trevor Miller. Welcome, Trevor.
Let's get the mic out first. Hello, Board of Education. This is my first time doing this. I was speaking to you in the audience tonight. As many of you have heard or you know, I was a lead this year in CNS's musical Beauty and the Beast with my fellow castmates Kevin Rayo, who was Cogsworth, and CJ Oliver, who was the Beast. I too, just putting this as a side note, with Kevin have heard many students come up to us and say, you know, our school puts so much dedication and work, but we will never match what you have. And going along with that, this year during Beauty and the Beast, we had kids come to us because it's a Disney show. I have never felt such a heartwarming experience in my life than to see the joy of a little child come up to you and say, give me your autograph. Can I meet you? Mommy, there he is. There she is. And it's truly beautiful. I had a little girl come up to me who had autism out of nowhere, out of just a crowd of kids. It was like a movie. She made a path, and she was right there. And she came up to me and gave me a hug without saying a word and looked at me and said, will you be my brother? And I've never felt such joy in my life than what I felt at that very moment. The arts mean every single thing in the world to me. There are a lot of kids out here who get bullied each and every day, starting at a young age. And I have never felt physical bullying from anyone. I've never gotten it, and I'm so proud of that. And there's still verbal bullying, and I get that every now and then. That's come and passed. You know, we're in high school, we grow up. But music and the arts, they serve as such a shelter for kids who need a place to go and to call home. And I have never felt more welcome than in the arts with the music program. I started back in 3rd grade, and I worked my way up now into 11th grade, and I started in chorus with my teacher, Miss Hall at Smith Road. And she's built me up to what I am today. And so have every single music and arts teacher to this point. And I can say standing before you that without the arts, I really don't know where I'd be. They have helped shape me as a person. They have helped get rid of the harsh comments that can be made by people, and they just make me realize that no matter who I am in life, I'm proud of myself because it doesn't matter. Everything they say, I can push it away, and in my head, I hear the music, and I feel it, and I sing it, and I love it, and it is my life, and I need your help now because it's taxes, it's a lot of money, I know, or it's little money, but we love this. It moves us through life, and we need this. And although I am speaking on behalf of music and arts, I will say this because I'm a full supporter. As much as I need music and arts, your children need sports. I know they do. Your children, they need this extracurricular. It's their space. It's where they come alive, and you see it on their faces, on the field, on the stage. You see it every single day and every single night, and I know you see it. And I can say that if you can support us, you know that we always support you. Thank you.
Thank you. Talk to all your 18-year-old friends, Trevor. 18 in May. Brianna Gettle.
Hi, I'm Brianna Gettle, and tonight I'm not only here to speak to the board, but I'm here to speak to you. I'm a freshman at the North Syracuse Junior High. As a student here, I am in the drama club, chorus, media arts, vocal jazz, and the JV track and field team. I am also an honor roll student. I'm here to express why these budget cuts are so important to me. I've heard many different rumors about what is going to get cut and what is not. But what I do know for sure is this: no matter what gets cut, there will always be a huge impact. When I was in 6th grade, I had an amazing teacher, Mr. Lachone. He inspired me and gave me the confidence in myself that I needed to audition for the school musical. Ever since then, I have been in every musical provided for me. I have made so many of the most amazing friendships by being part of these great programs. My 2 best friends, to this day, I met through doing that musical in 6th grade. Through the musical, I have gained so much: confidence, talent, friendships, and family. People who believe in me and that I know I can always trust to be there when things get rough. The musical is so much more than just a great performance. I have also heard that many music-related things are going to get cut. That cannot happen. My plan and my dream since I was little was to major in music in high school and go on to college. I need all those classes and programs to put on my college application. By cutting these things, it's also cutting back on my experience that I will need for college. I've heard that music from K through 6 will be cut. That means that the amazing teachers like Mr. Lechone that got me into music, the thing that has become my life, will lose their jobs. That also means that my little sister will not have the opportunity to be a part of the school orchestra that she has talked about since first grade. She said to me, "Sissy, when I'm old enough, I want to be like you. I want to be a part of the musicals and play in the orchestra." That's not fair to her. Those first years are so very important, and it's not fair to her that she won't have that experience. Like I said, I'm also in media arts. Through media, I have learned so many different things. My teacher, Tracy Lieberman, has taught me to look at things in life in completely different perspectives. Through my photography, I express my feelings, my thoughts, and my experiences. I recently took a picture that has to do with the budget cuts, and when I took this picture, I explained to my 9-year-old little sister, Emily, who is also here tonight, by the way, what the budget cuts mean. And she felt so strongly about it, she wanted to help me in some way. So I took this picture. I think that picture speaks for itself. A picture means so much, as you can see. Media arts is like a safe haven for me. I know I can always go to Miss Lieberman's room and for help and advice. All day I sit in school and listen to lectures and take notes. Media arts is that class I have that I can express myself and my creativity in. I look forward to going in media because I know even if I had one of the worst days, when I go there, I will be okay. I won't get judged and all the stress just goes away. Kids need those classes. One last thing I would like to talk about is sports. Cutting modified sports is a big deal. I did modified track and field in 7th and 8th grade. Having modified sports prepare you for the JV and varsity teams. They teach you how to work with people, but the coaches teach so much more than just how to play the sport. They teach you life lessons. Something huge also comes out of sports, and that's grades. Many athletes that I know only have their grades in the 90s because that's what's mandatory of their coaches. Without that drive they have from sports, their grades are going to drop significantly. So I guess my point is this. If you don't want these budget cuts, you have to vote. I cannot vote. The kids that these budget cuts most affect cannot vote. We need you adults to go out there and vote. I've been making posters and flyers and putting them up around my school to try to get my peers and their parents to vote. It is so important to help. I've heard that it's 79 cents a day, and that's less than a cup of coffee to save what your children are most passionate about. To help save teachers' jobs, they have families to support just like you. I understand that the economy in our area is not good and is part of the financial problem with our budget. If these programs are cut, it may cause families to move out of our district and go to other areas where these programs are still available. That will only make things worse. My parents are graduates of the CNS school district and chose to stay here so that I could have the same opportunities in high school that they had. I'm not asking much. I'm just asking that you inform people. Get your friends and family to vote. Spread the importance of this. It means so much to me and the rest of my peers. Thank you.
Thank you, Brianna. Lindsay Silfer.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Silfer. I'm a junior at CNS, and I'm an athlete. I play volleyball and softball, and I do pretty good in school. Although I usually attend gym class once a week, it's the one class that I look forward to the whole week, and it's something that I know I have to look forward to just to take a break from school and all the stress that comes with it. As a student athlete, I feel PE is somewhat a great way for me to gain leadership skills because as you go into the class, there's students that don't really know how to perform the tasks that are at hand. And it's a great way to build your leadership skills, and it encourages the other students to break out of their shell and learn something new. It also gives athletes a wider range of physical activity because playing a sport, you usually do a certain task, you have a role on the team, and you usually just do that role. But the gym teachers went through college to teach the students different activities that they can carry with them their whole lives. And if athletes choose not to do physical education class, which they can if the opt-out policy is enforced, then they will be missing out on a lot. And as they grow up, they won't have as many activities to do. At our school, we get to choose every 5 weeks the activities that we want to do. And that's a great thing to have. A lot of schools don't have that, and it encourages students to want to come to gym class and perform their best because they're doing something that they want to do. If the opt-out policy is enforced and gym teachers get cut, then students probably will not be able to choose the activity they want to do, which will lead to more behavioral problems, and then it would be much harder for the gym teachers to keep control of the classes, and it just wouldn't be as fun for the students. I know that if I have the choice to opt out of gym next year, I wouldn't, and I've talked to a lot of my friends, and they wouldn't want to either. So then that would leave the gym teachers with overloaded classes, and they would not know their students with any personal connection. And that would be unfair to the students to get a grade from someone who might not even know their name and what they're doing in the class. At first, when I heard about the choice to opt out of gym class, I was all for it, and I was all excited because I thought, oh, I can get early dismissal. But when you think about it, you can't give early dismissal to someone who has physical education class second block. And there's no way that you could fill an elective for that because the athletic seasons start and stop at different times, and that would be interfering with the elective course, and it wouldn't be fair to the teachers or the students in the class. Our program teaches students to not just be physically active, but it gives them friendships that they wouldn't get in other areas of the school. I know that I am a junior, but through physical education class, I have become friends with many sophomores and seniors, and it just creates relationships that stay with you throughout the rest of your high school career. I just don't think that the opt-out policy or cutting gym teachers from the high school should be done because just in general, it's not a good thing because you get so much more out of gym class than you ever think you would from the outside looking in. Thank you for your time.
Is it Cayano coming? Keanu?
So, my name is Keanu Cummings, and first off, I want to say I'm sorry for my appearance. I want to become, wear something else professionally, but I didn't have time in between my game. But I'm here to talk to you guys about physical education. To go off of what Lindsay said earlier, that the class sizes would become, overbearing with so many students, there would also be problems because, kids would not only go to study hall and just cause disruptions there. But there would also just be way too many kids in each subject in physical education because they won't have the ability to choose activities that are smaller that are able to be given at this time, such as like badminton or like pickleball or other courses that are, you know, smaller based classes, but, you know, they're the fun activities that you strive to get into, but you can't get into until your junior or senior year because the classes are so big. I love physical education because it just gives you that class to look forward to throughout your day. You can go to it and you can participate and you can, you know, just have fun and get a release from, you know, taking a test first, third, and fourth block, for instance, if you have it second. You know, it's nice just to, you know, hang out with friends and, you know, just, you know, not be lazy with it, but, you know, have a time to yourself. But, you know, physical education for me has offered me so many more things than just a class, you know, throughout the day. As an athlete, it provided me with so many more opportunities than just what you see on paper with a grade at the end of the day. It allows you, it gives you leadership skills both on and off the field. It gives you so many, you know, personal things to help you throughout your day that, you know, people from the outside looking in don't quite see. But, you know, I really enjoy that there is so many activities able to be given. You know, I can't go out with a bunch of friends and try to get an ultimate Frisbee tournament going, or, you know, like I said earlier, a badminton tournament. You know, there's not really too many places that allow for that type of activity to go on. And that's one reason why I love PE. But I want to finish by saying thank you, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Deanna. Thank you. Austin Furman.
Hi, I'm Austin Furman, and I'm a 9th grader at the junior high right here. Tonight I'm going to be speaking on behalf of the music cuts. Music can be a powerful subject and does not deserve to be taken away from the students. It can, you know, students just don't learn how to play the music, but it can teach them cultural and physical aspects of the world around them. We mainly see focusing on the orchestral cuts tonight. I'm considered to be one of the first, like, true fourth grade basses ever in the district, meaning that, like, you know, youngest to ever play it. The decision for me to switch from cello to bass was a million times bigger than I thought it was back in 4th grade. I've accomplished great things because of my decision. At this year's All-County Festival, I was positioned first base, first stand, or first chair, or whatever you like to call it. I will say that it was the proudest I've ever been of myself. I'm not trying to say that I'm the greatest. I'm saying that if 3rd and 4th grade strings were cut, this probably wouldn't be possible for future bassists or any instrument of my age. I want future players to be proud of themselves like I was and go for number 1 in every orchestra that they're in. If 3rd and 4th grade strings are cut, every orchestra will be downgraded. High school skill will now be junior high will be middle school, and so on and so forth. The North Syracuse School District string program is usually one of the best. If you look in the orchestra room right over there, the shelves are just stuffed with trophies, awards, and medals. They're running out of space. If 3rd and 4th grade strings were cut, that stack would be the same size for a while. We don't want that here in the music program. We want to be the best of the best and go for the gold. No musical classes should ever be taken from the students. It's a proven fact that students that are involved in music receive better grades. Music shouldn't even be called a class. It's like learning a different language. And if you caught the sports and music, colleges really wouldn't want to look for us if we just had basic grades. To me, music, orchestra, and band aren't even classes. They're great experiences. So in the end, you got to save the strings. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Austin. Nicolette Cash. Hi, Nicolette. How are you tonight?
Good. Hi, my name is Nicolette Cash. I am in 3rd grade at Allen Road School. I am here to talk to you, the Board of Education, and you, the crowd, about modified sports. I think we should not cut the modified sports because it keeps kids healthy and active after school. When I get older, I would like to play modified sports like my older brother. If modified sports are cut, I won't be able to play them until I'm in high school. So please don't take away the opportunity for me to play modified sports. Thank you for your time.
Liz Cash? That took a lot of guts, by the way. I'm
Okay,
proud.
good job.
See?
More guts. She got Mom to come here
79
because
cents
of
a
her.
day.
I am also coming to the board tonight to ask that you do not make the cuts to the sports programs. I'm a parent of 3 children in the district, an 8th grader at the junior high and 2 3rd graders at Allen Road. I think that cutting the sports programs from the students would be detrimental to them. We talked about students keeping their grades up, but for some students, the only motivation to keep their grades up is the athletic code of conduct. The students have to maintain a certain grade point average, and the coaches are made aware if their player is ineligible. Playing sports also helps students with time management skills. I have seen this firsthand with my son having to maintain his grades while attending daily practices and/or games and other activities that he may have to do during the week. It is hard enough with the district of this size to make a sports team. Cutting back would make it that much more difficult for the students. The students shouldn't have to suffer because the adults have failed to make good choices with money. I know that we are in hard economic times, but whose fault is that? And it's certainly not the students. There are plenty of people to blame for the situation we are in, from the state and the federal government right on down the line, but the students are not the ones to blame. We ask the students to do their best, yet we take away the activities that they enjoy, and that includes the music and arts program. I am not opposed to a higher tax increase, as we have enjoyed many years of having smaller tax increases. Our children's future depends on the decisions that we make, yet how many of the decisions that we make will be based on what they want. I know that sometimes the decisions that they request are unreasonable, but I don't think that keeping programs that enrich the lives of the students here and the athletes in the music and the arts programs is unreasonable at all. I don't believe that there is one sporting activity that's not beneficial to any student. Please keep the sports program intact for the students of this district, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Liz. Thank you. Mark Dumas and Ryan Shannon.
Brought your own cheering section, yeah.
See, now you must be talking to all your 18-year-old friends about voting, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good answer, even if
Good
you-
answer. Okay.
All right. Oh, shit. Excuse me. All right. All right. I'm here tonight to talk to the members of the board and not curse anymore to the audience. I'm sorry about that. I'm here tonight to speak about the general arts that are offered in our school district, which are fantastic. And they offer our students a lot of opportunities. I wouldn't know where I would be going in life if it wasn't for Mr. Frano's video production class. I'm inspired to be a music and movie producer, and I want to one day own my production company. And I wouldn't have discovered that I wanted to do that one day if it wasn't for that class. If it wasn't for art classes, I wouldn't have anywhere to go to vent my anger in the day. And as you can see, I kind of have a little bit of anger issues.
To say the
So-
least.
I was also a member of Mr. Connell's orchestra for a while, which was awesome. But I kind of found that it wasn't for me. I mean, hey, it's not for everyone. But I did thoroughly enjoy it. I witnessed how amazing it was and how much it meant to a lot of students. I'm not going to stand up here and talk about how much the budget would help, because everyone knows if we propose more of the tax increases that it would save all these classes and it would save a lot of people. I just don't know really what direction to go in. And I'm hoping that the board can figure something out. I'm hoping that we could all figure something out. And with that, I'm going to leave it to Ryan.
My name is Ryan Shannon, and I'm here to speak for the art department and briefly for the computer science department. Since 9th grade, I've enlisted in 7 art courses, including metalsmithing. I've done graphic arts, I've done drawing, I've done a lot of things that this district has given me the opportunity to take. Currently, I'm a few pieces away from having a full metalsmithing portfolio. I'm currently starting a drawing portfolio, and I'm a few pieces away from having a full college portfolio in graphic design. Thank you. I have a lot of junior and sophomore friends, and for them to just sit here and have to not have the opportunities that I've had, to just sit and struggle and have to take multiple outside courses, which are hundreds of dollars to set, like a college portfolio, and me to just breeze through this district with that opportunity, that is horrible. I could not imagine going through this district without having these opportunities. And I believe if I'm currently 17 and I hate it because I want to be able to vote for this budget. I want people to have the opportunities that I've had. I want them to excel, and that's all I really have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ginny Schulk.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ginny.
My name is Ginny Schock, and I am president of the NSTAA, 180 of the greatest people you'd ever want to meet. I would like to thank the board for letting me speak, and I hope you've all had an opportunity to watch the video that I sent. In these most difficult times, I would urge you to reconsider the drastic cut of 50 teaching assistants. These are the people that the children see first in the morning when arriving at school and the last people they see before they get on their bus at night. These are the very people who feed them, clean them, teach them, counsel them, cheer them on, and yes, even wipe away the occasional tear, theirs and ours. Our teachers are definitely the backbone of this district, but we are there every day to support them. Did you know that 92% of all the teaching assistants live, work, and vote in this district?
Yes.
In closing, I would just like to say, please do not try to close a $9 million gap on the paychecks of teaching assistants. You will end up cutting the heart out of this district. Thank you.
Thank you. Get everyone out, Ginny, all of them. Friends, neighbors. Nick Reynolds. Is it Reynolds? Yes. Come on up, Nick.
He's still here.
Welcome again.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, okay. So Nick kind of signed up on accident, but it kind of works out because I was judging court for the county and got here late, so I couldn't sign up. I think pretty much everyone here has heard from me at least once, if not multiple times, and I've been delighted with the pleasure to meet most of the board members at various occasions and work with some of you, and I've really appreciated that opportunity. And tonight I wanted to focus on extracurricular activities because I think I've said enough about the music program, as well as so many of my peers, that you guys have gotten the message of how important it is to us. But I'm also very involved in extracurriculars at our school, and this year I'm president of SAD and vice president of Honor Society, and it's been a great opportunity for me to present my leadership skills. And I don't think I would have had that opportunity somewhere else, and I want other kids to be able to have that same opportunity to be able to lead someone. And I know, like with SAD, there's lots of pressures to be making these destructive decisions, but being in this group and leading a group like that, we kind of can come to each other with any issues we're having. We have that support basis to keep us strong in our decisions of what we want to do. And with Honor Society, it helps so many kids on their applications. It gets them involved in community service. It teaches them a passion to go back and serve their community, come and speak here, you know, fight for this budget, because we learn to care about someone other than ourselves and other than our best friends. We want to care for the entire school. So I just really hope that we can save some of these extracurricular activities. I know that they're about 0.17% of the entire budget, so it's such a small portion. I know it's hard for you guys to make these cuts because you don't know what to cut, so I just wanted to repeat once again that hopefully everyone will come out and vote for the budget, that you will tell everyone you know to come out and vote for the budget. It's about 79 cents a day, and I know that if we, you know, don't go out to eat once a week, or we skip that cup of coffee or the paper or something, that we could save these cuts. So please join me in the fight and help save our budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least, a former member of the Board of Education, longtime resident, daughter of a former Board of Education member, Ann Kaufner. Come on up, please.
Dr. Dice, Mr. Carbone, members of the Board of Education, administrators, and to all the teachers, parents, students, and taxpayers in the audience. I can envision all of you wearing your choir robes. I'm not going to say much that hasn't already been discussed. I have a few points that I do want to bring up. I don't want to see anything cut. I want to see some things added back in that have been cut the last few years. Mr. Carbone has often asked the question, what are you willing to pay? Sometimes it's a question of what you're able to pay. I'm willing and able to pay the 12 or 13%. However, I fear so much that so many people either are not willing or not able that are going to turn it down. It really concerns me. With all due respect to Mr. Carbone, who has talked about we shouldn't be relying so much on the state, locally we should be relying for the money for education. However, the state has many avenues to collect the revenue, and we do not. Property tax is the only option for local school districts, and the only tax that taxpayers have an opportunity to vote on directly. The state aid formula, and feel free to correct me here if I say something not quite accurate. I may not have all my details quite accurate. The state aid formula has been disgraceful for many, many, many years. Several years ago at a legislative breakfast, at which local school board members have an opportunity to express concerns to members of our state legislators, Senator DeFrancisco put forward a challenge for school boards to come up with and propose a more understandable, fair state aid formula. A formula was devised, but it was not satisfactory to our state legislators, who to this day have not offered a revised, who to this day have not offered a revised, reliable, equitable formula. What is very troubling to me is the fact that several years ago, Judge DeGrasse found the New York State aid formula for education to be unconstitutional, and we are still waiting. Areas that we've worked toward for many years are regressing. One of the biggest is, of course, class sizes. We're expecting our teachers to do more with less, but at the same time, we, and when I say we, I don't mean necessarily us, want to grade their effectiveness in the classroom based on the success of their students when we don't provide adequate resources. We do need deans. We do need teaching assistants. We are not just in the business of educating the children. We must also address behavioral issues for the safety of all students. Those who are in the trenches, the teachers, they know where there is waste. We need to ask them and listen to them. However, frequently mandated items are a lot of the problem. I've been hearing for years about mandate relief. Again, we are still waiting. An example I can give you that is making my father, I'm sure, roll over in his grave was the years that it took to get to the point, Kane knows what I'm going to say, I think, where buses, yes, where we bought our buses rather than bond for them. A few years ago, the state, in their wisdom, told us that they were only going to, we had to bond the buses because they were only going to pay us back each year 20% of what they would pay for the buses. That meant 20% the first year. The second year, they were giving us 20% for year one, 20% for year two. The third year, it was 20% for year one, 20% for year two, 20% for year three. And eventually, the state was right back after 5 years where they were before. And we are spending more money because we're paying interest to bond for those buses.
Millions of dollars, Ann. Millions of dollars.
I'm well aware of that. And a lot of people are not aware of that. I go back to the fact that a lot of the situation that we are in now goes back to the state legislators. And I can't emphasize enough, and I know there are many people out here who have done a lot to try to address this. They've spoken with legislators, but we need to really put a big focus, not going to help us this year, but a big focus on the fact that things that we have been promised, such as equitable state aid formula. Notice my button. I've had a lot of people, I can't remember exactly what it says, but a lot of people have commented on it. It's about fair, equitable state aid formula. This button is 15 years old, and we are still waiting, and I'm still wearing it. I would like to say some of the things that in the past that we have had was the Pathways program, which was an excellent program, I felt. I'm not positive, but I believe that went by the wayside because of lack of participation. Some of you may remember the Goals 2000, all the effort that went into Goals 2000 to improve the way we educate our children. Where'd that go? Early intervention, in the long run, saves money. We all know that. I remember the year that Sheldon Silver came to our early education program for a photo op. He does not get it. He does not know what their program is all about. He does not realize the importance of the early intervention. I would like to say I'm very proud to be a member or to be a resident of this district. I am very proud of what our teachers have done with negotiations. And I can tell you there are people that I will not encourage to vote because I know they're going to vote no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That button's really 15 years old. That button's really 15 years old. It's got to be. Okay, all the participation in government students, come on up and we'll sign your forms, and then we're going to take a 5-minute break. Oh.
It's 13 years.
Come on up. Any one of us can sign for you. Come on up.
I don't know where to get them, so I just sign paperwork from pig class.
How's your knee doing?
Okay.
You forget your form.
Here you go. Hi, honey.
Hi, how you doing? Thank you. They have, haven't they? Yeah, oh, he was amazing. He was amazing.
Go to anybody and say
You sure can. Come on up, guys. Any one of us can sign.
got 9 chairs, no waiting.
Anybody else? You're welcome.
Yep.
Nope, this is it.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, I think so.
I know. Love it, guys.
Good luck, honey. Anybody else? No? Are we good?
We're good, we got no coffee. Yes. I have 17 rolls. I have 17 rolls of that cloth, sticky stuff in my trunk.
Oh,
So
okay.
I can transfer it to your trunk if you want.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. When we're done, we'll walk out together. Might be midnight, but we'll walk out together.
This is true. I got to get that Svoboda guy too.
Oh.
Oh, the other way. Okay, I got it. There's Michael why I can't get it. He knows everything.
Should be on my computer. If I didn't erase it, it should still be on there. On my phone, it wasn't there either. We got from Maryland the latest.
Don't we have it?
That's just the presentation for that. That does not include that information. No, I couldn't find it. You know, the question, wait, maybe it's here. I think it's here.
Okay, I thought I saw it.
This one.
Right.
I didn't dig deep enough. I wanted to see what I said.
How's everything going?
It's going.
This is already there.
You?
You're the one that's got out, not me.
It's going.
Drive
it's
by
going
it
out.
once in a while.
You should stop. If I'm there, you should stop.
Get an open house, right? That's where they put paperwork, right?
Yes. Look at you eating all healthy.
Yeah, I'm trying to lose a little bit of weight.
Oh, boy. I'm not seeing where you need to lose some weight there, ma'am. I'm just not seeing that.
Yeah, just body fat.
Oh, it's baby fat. And you don't even have much of that at all.
Hi, how are you doing?
No, just yeah, it is a little bit of the baby fat, but
I mean, really.
just a little bit.
You're in better shape than most people, generally.
Just a little bit.
I'm sure you're not able to get to the gym as often as you would have.
Well, you know what I'm doing? I'm spinning.
Are you really? Spinning is cool.
In the morning at I bought a spinning bike, so I spin at like 5 in the morning. So, gotta do it.
Yeah, I know. 5 is going to come early tomorrow morning.
Hey, Don, did you see? I would look at you when I was What's that? I would look at you when someone mentioned it. When that woman said, and I've spoken with you. I just looked at you, and you looked like you had this little soft smile on your face. I told you, yeah. Well, I told you when we had that meeting with the legislator, and I was outside talking with yeah, exactly.
I don't want to interrupt your yoga meeting, but I want to take an opportunity to introduce myself. I actually plow your driveway all 3 times it had to be done this year.
The 3 times.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
So, yeah, you're welcome. Glad I can help out.
I know that was good money this year.
Well, it's,
you know what? It balances out. It really does.
It does balance out. And for truth be told, I think anyone that does pay for that really wishes it didn't snow anyways.
Exactly.
True.
Totally.
So,
yeah.
it's nice to meet you.
Same here. We'll be in touch next winter. I know. I know.
Okay. Yeah, tired. Be a long night. Yeah. I know. Yeah. But even before that, I knew she's doing a good job. And you did a good job on your speech. Very good job. Why are you guys staying? Just out of curiosity. Okay, good. Yep.
How much juice you got, Scott?
Oh, you can have it back.
Yeah, because I went from 46 to 28.
It was, we had to go into a separate room to have a private discussion about the concessions that teachers gave to us. We we are voting that we would accept the conversation that went on with the teachers. But we had to talk to privately first before we could do it publicly. What percentage point? I don't know. It depends on what percentage point we land on.
I'm ready. Me too.
All right, we're ready. So you guys got to get the vote. Right, let's go. Thank you.
All right.
Have a good evening.
Okay. Before you start, Don, because we still have a regular portion of the meeting. When we discuss the cuts, we're going to go in reverse. Last week we went in order by seniority, starting with the least amount to the most amount. Well, this time we're going from the most amount to the least amount, so you're not on. There's no pressure. You get to listen to everybody first, Michael. Are there any board committee reports? Okay, because comments we'll make after. Unless, Bob, you have any positive comments?
Jackie has a committee comment report.
All right.
Yeah, sorry. The Friends of the North Syracuse Early Education Program had their annual, what we call the Therapy Ball, which is a casual fundraising event. And we netted about $13,000, and after expenses, probably about $11,000. So
great event.
We're hoping to put some of that money, we're applying for a grant, but we're hoping to put some of that money towards doing some quantitative research on the effectiveness of that program, because we have some great anecdotal information, but we don't have anything data-driven. So we're going to try to start a small research study and then go on from there. So we're very happy. It was a great event, and very thankful for all the teachers that did a lot of extra work during annual review to make the teacher baskets, which really brought in a lot of the funds that we got. So thank you
Jackie.
very much.
Great event.
Thank you. Kay, did you say you had a comment?
Me, yeah.
Go ahead.
First of all, could Mr. Rice help me with the car so I get it right? I don't want to get it wrong.
Mr. Rice, help
That's
us with the
number
car,
one.
please.
I think she's referring to several students in the CNS Engineering Club, along with their advisor, Marty Miner, traveled to Houston this past weekend to participate in the Shell Ecothon Marathon, which is where alternative vehicles compete from across the world, actually, but most of the competitors are universities and colleges that are competing, but of course we're one of the very few high schools that competed, and in the two classes we entered, we received a first and a second place.
Yeah.
Right.
And of course, one of the students participating was Kay's grandson. And so congratulations goes out to Marty Miner and the CNS Engineering Club. Also this past weekend, the CNS Science Olympiad team placed 15th out of 51 teams in the state competition. And in order to participate in the competition, they had a place in the top 5 in the region. Of course, they did that a couple weeks ago, so congratulations to that team also.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
You good, Catherine? You got something else?
Yep.
Okay.
The next one is, I talked to you, Mr. Keegan, about the questions I've been asked. I'm going to let you answer the lottery thing first. What happens to the lottery money that's supposed to be for education? Please explain that to all of us.
Lottery revenues in the state don't exactly go directly to education in the way you might think. What happens is all aid to schools is formula-based, whether it be foundation aid, building aid, BOCES aid, excess cost aid for special education programs. And the state, one source of revenue that the state has for education are lottery funds. And so the formulas determine how much aid we get. They use the lottery aid to fund schools. I suspect if we lost the lottery, literally they just continued it, there'd be less funding for schools. But I think that some of the lottery money displaces other money that would otherwise be spent on education. So I think it's a zero-sum game.
Right, they were supposed to spend all of the lottery money on education.
Well, they may in fact spend all of it. I just think it allows them not to spend other money on the lot. You know, it's kind of a
I'd be willing to bet they don't spend
horse
all of
trading.
it. But thank you, Don. What else you got, Catherine?
Okay, what else I got is the chart that I asked you to make. I put down charges, why you couldn't figure out this chart for this, why the state aid in the previous years, you're going to make that available to the public, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
Yeah,
at some point here.
we sent out the Friday letter, I believe. Was
Yeah,
the
but
chart. We'll
it's
get-
not public, right?
Okay, yep.
Now, Mr. Carbone, seeing as how you make fun of me, this is
What about
in-
the parchment paper yearbook?
Yes.
Got it.
This is 1944, probably before you were born.
Oh,
Look at that, isn't that neat?
yeah, that's
This is a little bit kind of worn, but this is 1945.
Okay.
Got that? Okay.
That
This
looks a
one,
little
for
yellow,
some
that
reason, some
paper.
kid, if they're gone home, can't even ask them. This is 48, 49, 50, and 51. Why they all got in one?
I don't know. Maybe their
I
budget
think-
didn't pass
I think
that year.
maybe I don't know.
maybe they
I would like to find that
graduated
out if
too.
we got a historian around here. Do you know anything why that happened, Ann? No? Okay. Now, boss, this is mine. Let me tell you about this book.
1956 you graduated,
Yes, I,
right?
oh, look at that, and I ripped up some more
Yeah, I
plastic.
even know that.
1950. We were
Wow,
the
that is
first
pretty good.
graduating class from this school. This was North Syracuse High School, that went through the whole seniors class. We went here.
So
We
you
went here to
started
school.
in 4 years you went here, right?
No, 1 year.
Just 1 year.
Last
Because
year.
you went to
Are you
Main,
kidding?
Main
We were in
Street
Main
was the
Street
high
at
school, right?
Sessions. Yeah.
Okay.
Catherine, that book looks very similar to mine, and mine was 78.
See that? We must have really, and I just think it's marvelous just that they make these things, and of course all my autographs. Yeah,
Wow.
everybody signed them, yeah. But
That's a nice yearbook, Catherine, I have to say.
well, see, so don't tell me every kid should have one.
I agree with you.
To see how you save them, all I can tell you is, I've already told my kids these books have to go someplace, not in a dumpster. They have to go someplace because we're going to have 2 dumpsters when I die.
Okay.
One for the front door, one for the back door.
Okay.
But I want them to go here or a library
Well, yeah,
or something.
we always have yearbooks here. The only thing is, I tried to find a 1976 yearbook, because I didn't graduate from here, but I wanted to see if I knew anyone.
1976.
There isn't one around, huh?
Do you want me to find it?
1970. You have a 1976
There you
yearbook?
go.
I got to see that.
I think
Mrs.
we have one at
Farfall,
home,
yeah.
too.
Yeah, good deal.
I got them. I know I
Okay.
got them.
My
I just
husband
brought this many.
graduated in 76.
Yeah, good deal.
This is far as I
Anything
went
else,
back,
Catherine?
44.
Catherine,
Anything else?
No.
Okay.
Thank
Anyone
you.
else?
Dr. Dice? Good?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Keegan.
Thank you. Tonight we're going to talk about our budget recommendation, and let me start by saying, appreciate all the comments this evening. That certainly makes this process that much more difficult as we go through the cuts. But every program that we talk about here that we're recommending. We're recommending the reduction not because we don't care about that program, just because of the difficult financial situation we're in. And to take you back down, where we started this process, we had a $9.2 million deficit. We were talking about cutting anywhere from 90 to 120 positions. And I think you'll find that the recommendation tonight is far more palatable than where we were a couple weeks ago. And so, without further ado, tonight I'm going to give you a little overview, similar to what I've done in the previous presentations. I'm going to talk about our budget history. I'm going to share some expenditure per pupil data. That's I've talked about our expenditures, but people have asked to see the data, and so I'm going to present that tonight. I'm going to give you an update on our non-levy revenues. That'll help you understand what's gone on with our revised state aid. And then I'm going to update you on the budget deficit, and then make the formal recommendations for expenditures, revenues, and reductions. I'll give you an updated tax cap calculation. We'll look at that famous schedule that goes 1 to 9% and tells you what the levy and the required reductions are, and we'll end with the calendar. As I've said before, North Syracuse Central School District's been struggling financially for the past 3 years. 2008-9 expenditures have been cut by since 2008-9, expenditures have been cut $15.2 million, including 200 positions. The budget for this year, the year we're operating in, is less than that 2008-9 budget. It's important to note we haven't overtaxed our citizens, and therefore we have very limited fund balance and minimal reserves. And I'm going to share some data on this, but the North Syracuse School District is ranked 666th in New York out of 676 districts. In terms of student spending, we spend less per pupil than all other districts in our BOCES except one. Our 2012-13, that's next year's non-school tax revenues, are projected to be down $2.9 million, or 5.1% from 2011-12. That's after our additional state aid. Due to the NSEA teachers' concessions, which I'll talk more about in detail, additional state aid from the final New York State budget, and some updated pilot revenues, our deficit for 2012-13 has been reduced to $6.7 million. Still a significant number, but much better than the $9.2 million we started with. Our maximum tax levy increase under the tax cap is now 4.56. That's due to these additional pilot revenues we learned about over the last couple weeks. And 1.68% of that levy increase relates to our Smith Road capital project, which was already voted on, approved by the taxpayers, and built. So the goal of this presentation is to make specific recommendations to the Board of Education. Just real quick on the budget history, I want to just point out that the budget we're in now of $136.4 million is less than it was in 2008-9. We've basically kept our spending flat or declining over the last 3 years, and in order to do that, we've had to make the cuts, the $15.2 million in expenditure cuts that I've spoken about. And what's happened at the same time is during that period, our revenues, our non-tax levy revenues, have gone down $7.9 million. And our taxpayers have had to step up and make up that difference. And the levy has increased on average about 3.5% to 3.7% over the last 3 years in order to make up for the lost revenues. Expenditures per pupil, we've talked about that infamous 666th place in the spending per pupil ranking. Here's a list of all of the districts in our OCM BOCES. There are 25 districts. We are ranked 24th in the district, in the BOCES. Our spending is $14,300 per pupil. There's only one district that spends less than us. And if you see the range, I mean, there are districts that are spending 25, 23, many districts in the 20s. Those are significant dollar amounts per pupil. And one might say, and frankly, when I first looked at this data, I said, well, North Syracuse is a large district. I bet it has something to do with our ability to leverage our fixed costs, since we've got such great scale. But then when you look at the data for the large districts in New York State, that's districts that have between 7,000 and 16,000 students, excluding the Big Five districts. These are the largest districts in New York State. We come in dead last. And again, someone might say, well, I see a lot of Long Island districts on there, or Metro New York, or Westchester County. But if you look in the bottom right-hand side of the screen, you got a lot of upstate districts in there that spend thousands of dollars more per pupil than we do. So no matter how you slice it, North Syracuse spends less per pupil than most districts in the state. We're 10th from the bottom, and less than all other large districts in the state. So let's switch over to our to looking at our non-tax levy revenues. The first line there, general aid, that reflects the additional state aid we received as a result of the final New York State budget. However, our aid is still down $328,000 from the prior year.
Don, I don't mean to interrupt you.
Yeah,
but
go ahead.
You're saying that the difference is not included in this?
It is included.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, so our this is our final aid numbers from the final New York State budget. Our total aid is going to be $49,145,524.
So
and that's everything.
Then what was the additional aid? Just because it was brought up here tonight, and I believe that
sure.
That taxpayer was misinformed.
We received $1.4 million more than the governor's run. However, I should say that we've been expecting $430,000 more right from the onset, pretty early on in the process.
So it
was about $900,000.
So it wasn't $2.8 million.
Oh gosh, no, it wasn't $2.8 million. No. Well, if you remember, just to put it in perspective, that number, that $328,000 deficit or the fact that we're getting less than we got last year, that number was 1.7 million less before we got the before we got the final New York State budget. So we're still down in our total aids, $328,000. However, we did get some good news on the pilots, and I shared that, or we shared that with you in the Friday letter. I'll just explain to the public that there seems to be a trend for companies that are on pilot agreements that when the pilots come to their end, they stay on the pilot agreements and continue to pay under their pilot. And that kind of blindsided us. We didn't expect that, but we had Bonachenic and King look at it, and they came back and said, in fact, that we were going to get more pilot revenue than we expected. That was $170,000 more than we expected. There are no other changes on this schedule, but at the end of the day, revenues before our building aid are down $2.8 million, or 5.1%, from the year we're in now, the 11-12 year.
Don?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sandy had a question.
Yeah, about the pilot. Even though an agreement, a pilot agreement has expired,
Yeah,
so continue.
Yes, when the pilot agreement. Is my mic on?
No, you don't.
Did I lose that?
Yeah, you might have hit it.
There you go.
There it is. These pilot agreements basically expire but are not terminated. So what they're allowed to do is they're paying theoretically the full amount of their tax liability. However, there apparently are some benefits, maybe being able to avoid sales tax or other benefits associated with staying on the pilot. And we were frankly surprised by that. In all my years, I've never seen anything like that. So we have 3 companies that represent about $120,000 of the $170,000 in favorable variance, that their pilot has actually expired but not been terminated. And that's why we originally estimated our pilot revenues the way we did. But in any event, our revenues, our non-tax levy revenues are going to be $2.8 million, or 5.1% less. When you add the building aid, our non-tax levy revenues are going to be $1 million less than they were this year, or 1.6%. So let's go back now. Now that we know a couple of things that I've mentioned, let's look at what our revised deficit is. The budget we're operating in this year is a $136.4 million budget. We've got budget cost increases after the NSEA concession of $5.7 million, or 4.2%. So our budget expenditures, if we did business as usual, didn't do anything different, we'd have to spend $142.2 million. So that would be our required budget expenditures if we did nothing. We didn't make any cuts. We didn't do anything different. Our budgeted revenues this year were $136.4, and as I've mentioned, our revenues are down $2.8 million, or 5.1%, and our building aid is up $1.8 million due to Smith Road. So our non-levy revenues are down $1 million. So if we had no increase in the levy, there was no increase in taxes to our local taxpayers, we would only have revenues of $135.4 million. The difference between $140.2 and $135.4 is a $6.7 million deficit. So that's our new deficit. That's the $9.2 million adjusted.
And if we were to do business as usual and not make
Any cuts,
what would that mean on the levy?
I can show you that. I have a slide.
Okay.
It's just over 9%. It's 9.
You're going to show us that, though.
Yeah, when I get to the
Okay.
end, I
All right.
can show you.
We can wait.
All right. But I want to take a minute. I don't want to underestimate. I have to tell you, every day that I work in this district, I am just thankful I have this job. This is an amazing district, and the fact that the NSEA would initiate discussions with us, come to us, and just show such an understanding of the financial situation, the budget impact of their concessions is $1 million this year. So they took a 0% increase this year, a 1% increase next year, and then they basically put themselves at risk in the third year and said, we'll take 80% of the Northeast Urban CPI which would be a minimum of 1% and not to exceed 3%. So it just really shows an understanding of our economic situation, and it had a big impact on this budget cost increases. It lowered them by about $1 million. So it was a great, a real shot in the arm, and it's going to allow us to make this budget work.
And we were talking about 12. What was the percentage?
12.7.
12.7%.
Right.
Not to have to make any cuts.
Exactly.
So that's down to. You'll show us
down
the
to like
slide.
9.25 due to the state aid, the
Yep.
NSCA concessions, and the additional pilot revenue.
And that's the assumptions are that everything else that we talked about, as far as fund balance and those kind of things, is the same.
Yeah, and I'm going to take
All
you
right.
through that. Let me.
Go ahead.
So let's look at those cost increases because we got another. I'll tell you, I can't tell you how important it is. You know, the members of the community are sending us these emails, asking questions, and frankly, we think we might have explained something well, but we probably left stuff out, and so it's helpful to get the questions. Someone said in an email, "Hey, take us through those cost increases so we can understand them." On February 27th, we presented a schedule much like this, but these are the cost increases showing our major cost drivers: salaries, benefits, debt service, contractual, BOCES, equipment, and supplies and fuel. And you can see the $5.7 million of increases that I just referenced on the previous page here. The 4.2% of the 5.7 million is detailed here. And our biggest cost drivers are benefits. Our benefits, despite our program, they continue to rise. Debt service because of our Smith Road project. Our BOCES, we're doing as much as we can to drive services through BOCES so that we can cooperate and leverage their expertise and leverage their purchasing power. And so it's certainly in the district's best interest to drive things through BOCES. Our equipment, because we're on contingency this year, our equipment purchases were significantly constricted, so we're catching up a little bit in equipment. But that's the $5.7 million of increases, or 4.2%. And again, that reflects the NSCA concessions. So let's talk about what we're recommending in terms of our budget expenditures. So the initial budget that we talked about in February, if you remember this number, was $143,186,335. We're going to recommend $3.8 million in cuts. We've got basically $1 million from our teachers, and that gives us a recommended budget of $138,334,493. If you compare that to the budget that we're in right now of $136.4, we have a budget increase of $1.8 million, or 1.3%. Keep in mind that 1 million of that 1.8 is just trying to make up for the fact that we lost $1 million of non-tax levy revenues. So there's really only $850,000 of increased expenses here, and that's to partially offset some of the $5.7 million worth of increases in cost. On the revenue side, our non-tax levy revenues, the $62 million, which we saw from a previous schedule, we're recommending a $75.6 million levy to get to our budget, our proposed budget of $138.3 million. So that levy increase would be the difference between $75.6 and our current year's levy of $72.7, or $2.8 million. That's a 3.9% increase in the levy. And so now I'll talk a little bit about the cuts that are outlined here, the $3,865,000. I've got a detailed schedule by functional area of what those cuts are. And again, I just want to repeat that that nothing on the cut list is on the cut list because we think it's bad or not needed, or the cabinet has wrestled with these issues, and we're trying to put forth the best recommendations we can under this difficult circumstance. So without further ado, in the administrative area, we have already eliminated the position of Director of Computer Technology and Director of Safety. We're going to make adjustments to the unemployment reserve based on the reductions that we now know about, and that'll pick up another $38,000. We're going to offer, not mandatory, not required, but we now have an MVP USA product which allows our retirees that live outside of the normal MVP area to purchase this insurance at a very attractive rate to the retiree and saves the district money. We think we can save $133,000 next year. We've, as I've talked to you, we've done some debt refinancing. We have one more that's in the works, but we think we're going to save on the debt financing that's already been done. We're going to save $253,000. We're talking about continued use of the facilities, or continued community use of facilities fees, which would be $50,000. We're recommending the elimination of a typist 2 position at the junior high. And we're going to add back in the position of house principal at the high school. That's a current position at the school now that was only approved for 1 year. And so we're recommending that that be made permanent, and we're going to eliminate a hall monitor at the junior high. In art, one of the things you're going to see as we go through any of the academic electives, the principal teams at the schools have worked very hard to not eliminate the elective, but to consolidate the sections. So wherever you see the word consolidate sections, that means we're not going to eliminate elective, we're just going to consolidate sections that had low attendance. So we're going to pick up some money in art electives at both the senior high and the junior high.
I just asked a question.
Sure.
Do you mind questions as we
No,
go through
do
each
it.
of
This
these?
is good, yeah.
Because these are very specific. So I'm reading that when these students talked about these great courses of video production, photo 1, photo 2, that we're not eliminating
And portfolio.
them. Okay.
And
Well,
portfolio is another
I got
big
photo
one, yeah.
1, photo 2, and that we're not eliminating these.
That's
We're
right.
just reducing or consolidating classes.
That's right. Now, while the master schedule is not complete for next year, we'll see what the enrollment ends up being, but the point of what they're doing is they're basically consolidating
So
sections.
if there were 5 sections, and 2 of the sections didn't have many students in it, instead of 5 sections, there'll be 3.
Exactly.
So that's just making better use of what you have.
Exactly.
Okay. Does that answer you, Bobby?
Yes, thank you.
Okay,
You don't
thank
mind
you.
me asking?
No,
questions
not at all,
as we
not
go
at all.
through?
Just
No, it's a-
make
it's a
sure
good-
that he knows what
Yeah,
we need to ask
it's a
him.
good question because, frankly, early on in the process, I think we were talking about making some eliminations, and I think the
Right.
principals
Right.
got together and tried to figure out how do we not eliminate the course and consolidate the sections. And so
Well,
that's what we have.
Dr. Dice has said many, many times that throughout, especially at the beginning of this process, she asked all of her department heads, principals, directors to come with her to meet and really evaluate their programs to try to keep the cuts as far away from the classroom as they could. But they are the groups that they're the people that know their programs best. And Dr. Dice has had a lot of good things to say about how those folks came to the table. So.
Well, and just to add, from the time that we shared with them the first round of cuts, I commend principals and directors. They have been coming to the table asking, if can we look at these numbers from the lens of how is it going to best meet the needs of our students. And so to Bob's question, that's why we got to the point where it's just that. It's not eliminating courses like the last meeting you were talking about geography and the other class. So it's not eliminating, but we are consolidating, and so students will still have an opportunity to still be exposed to a lot of the courses that are important to the board as well as to our students and families.
Okay, go ahead, Don.
In the
Sorry about
athletics
that.
area, we're proposing that we make the cuts that were proposed last year by reducing assistant coaches. As you can see on the bottom of the screen, 1 assistant coach in football, 1 in soccer, 1 in girls soccer, 1 in field hockey, 1 in boys lacrosse, and 1 in girls lacrosse.
Don, we had a very insightful email sent to us not too long ago about the discrepancy between how some assistants are paid and some are volunteers, depending on the sport, whatever.
Yeah, yes.
So hopefully we looked at that and it's a more equitable,
I can't,
So once we engage in negotiations, we'll be looking at that. That
Okay.
really doesn't play into this piece, but it is on the radar.
The only thing that I would like to ask that we make sure that we do is there was an issue relative to our baseball teams and the assistants, and 2 budget seasons ago, some cuts were made, and the number of assistants versus other sports was not equitable. So I would just ask that before we, before if we're able to decide what we want to do tonight in the tax rate, before we adopt the budget, I want to make sure that if we make cuts in this area, this area, that they're equitable and that there isn't one sport that has more assistance than other, because I think it should be. That was one of their problems was it was not equitable, the way it was cut.
If I'm not mistaken, though, didn't the baseball split the stipend for a coach between two assistants?
I don't know, I just remember there was hell to pay for us.
But there were still
one thing I would
cuts
say
that
to
were
you
made
is that like Dr. Dice said, Tom recommended it, looked at it, and so.
All right, I just want to make sure, because it was terrible that we couldn't help them, especially 2 years down the road,
right,
to make an inequitable situation.
I believe when this was presented last year, this was making it equitable.
Okay.
And also, I'm seeing that we are not, for the kids' sake, eliminating any modified sports, 7th grade
That's
football.
correct.
We're just looking at assistant coaches. And I think, Pat,
For
this
select
was
sports.
making it equitable.
What?
This
Good.
group
Because
of-
I wanted to make sure, because it wasn't fair to that group, and that group was quite upset, and there was more than 52 of those people that were upset, so, okay.
And then business electives. Sorry. Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Just be.
I try to move the slides quickly. But.
Yeah, I guess I'm not understanding this. How many assistant coaches are there in football?
I don't know the numbers off the top of my head. I can get you those. When we did when we looked at the deeper cuts, we had quite a large. If you cut all the assistant coaches, it would have been another $104,000 worth of coaches. It was quite a bit of, so that's across all sports, assistant coaches.
But in boys soccer and girls soccer, there's only one assistant coach. Is that true?
I don't know. I apologize.
That is correct.
See, we know. And you're cutting. In field hockey, same
Tom
thing.
made those recommendations.
Right, and so once again, the reason why those recommendations have been put forth is because we trust the individuals who oversee those departments, our directors as well as our principals, and we had detailed conversations with each of those qualified and intelligent individuals who put forth recommendations, which we then inquired about and decided to move forward on or not. This was one of the ones that we chose to move forward on.
Let me just speak to this a little bit. I think where the confusion comes in is we're looking at number of coaches and sports. But if we take a step back and look at a student ratio or participant ratio to the coach, then yes, some of the sports are going to have more assistant coaches.
They may.
But
But that's
it's a
Tom's
student
job.
radio. Right. But what I think the confusion that we're having here is that it's, there is a student ratio that's in this.
And the good news, as we wrestled through this, we have a sports program that we spend about $1.5 million a year on, and so to get this down to a $30,000 cut, I feel like we're honoring the request of the public that came to advocate.
So what this is saying essentially, I think, Catherine, is not, if football has 3 assistants and boys soccer has 2 assistants, I'm just making up numbers because it doesn't say that here, then if we make this cut, then boys soccer will have 1 assistant and football will have 2.
You're cutting the only assistant that has. Part-time. Is that true?
But that...
They only have 1 assistant.
Where? At varsity soccer, girls soccer, yes.
Yeah.
Right.
But it's
Okay.
a different type of sport. You gotta look at
But they
kind
may
of
feel
sport.
that they don't need the assistant there. That's the director felt that based on all the meetings that they wouldn't need him.
Keep going.
These were the figures that were brought to us last year.
And I didn't agree with
We-
them. I don't know.
And it made it more equitable. We happen to have extra money, we put it back in. Unfortunately, we don't have that money this year, and this will make it equitable. But
Again,
the
let's-
concern is, we are not losing any modified sports, and that's what we have to be praising here.
Well, let's the questions keep going, but if they need detailed answers, we'll have to get back to you. This way we can get through this, and then everybody can have a chance at Like, for example, at the end, Catherine, if you don't agree that this should be cut, then you say, I don't agree that that should be cut. You know what I mean? Okay? Got more? Yep. Oh, no? Okay, okay.
So
Go ahead.
the next area was business education, and we're, again, looking at electives at the senior high school for 4/10 of a position, and worked closely with the principals to come to that conclusion.
Do we know what this represents?
What the
This
specific classes
0.4?
are, I don't. Again, it's the goal is to consolidate sections, and depending on enrollment, as they do the master schedule, it'll determine
Okay.
what's offered and when.
Okay.
Business English, again, consolidating sections at both the senior high and the junior high, as well as eliminating tools for success at the junior high. That's the area of
So
English.
the children's literature has not been eliminated?
That's correct.
Okay.
What is tools for success? Do we know what that is?
Yeah, study skills.
Study skills. Okay. And I would imagine that if it's on here, it's something that maybe had low enrollment or not very popular. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Or could be incorporated in other
Okay.
courses.
All right. All right.
In
Sorry, Don.
family and consumer science, just again consolidating sections at both the high school and the junior high. In the area of maintenance and operations, where same things you've seen, we're eliminating the district office project. That was a big one. We're going to defer some equipment purchases, and we've got all of our utilities, both the transportation and the gas and electric, out for bid, and we expect to be saving $135,000 on transportation, $120,000 on the actual natural resources.
And just real quick, Don, in one of the previous slides, when you talked about the increases in the percentages, equipment was up like over 50%. And how was that reflected again, just for my own edification?
In this particular, we're deferring the purchase of this equipment as one of our cuts to close the gap. But there are other equipment purchases that we are going to be going forward with that we hadn't done because we were on contingency.
Now, I believe some of that equipment that was an increased cost was actually going to save us money. Some of it was auto body, some of it was mechanics.
Okay.
So they were expensive pieces of equipment, but they would save us exponentially.
Okay.
Again, in math, consolidating sections at both the junior high and the high school. In music, we're talking about eliminating some supplies and equipment, and then, of course, has been widely discussed, the elementary band in the 4th grade and the orchestra in the 3rd and 4th grade, and then consolidating some sections at the high school.
How much is that relative to the percentage of increase if that's put back in?
It's about 300. I think it's 360,000 or something like that.
And what is it?
It was. I think it came out to, because I did it. 350, 80.
What is that as far as percentage?
800,000.
So it's like 325,000.
And how much is that? What would that relate to as?
Oh, in terms of a tax increase?
Yes.
I can give that to you. Can I hold
I
that
don't
thought
want
and
to
get it to you at the end?
Well,
700,000, about 750,000 or 720,000 represents 1%.
Okay.
So this is roughly half of it, so it's a half a percent.
Okay.
350.
The opt-out that we've talked about is
800,
also
including
still in the cut list at the senior high school for physical education.
Supplies.
In science, these are the same items. The half a position at Main Street for the Science Center, consolidating some sections of science at the high school, and then some nominal contractual services and supplies. In social studies, consolidating sections at the senior high and the junior high.
And can I, with the social studies again, and I know probably the answer to my question, with social studies, is the geography is still in,
Yep.
Crucible for Change, and team leadership, all
Yep,
those?
they're all still in there. And again, the master schedule's not done yet, but that's the intent, and we're being told by the administration that they can just consolidate sections and continue the offering. And I think, again, I think what's going to happen with a lot of this stuff is that it's going to be more difficult to schedule, but over time, kids will still be able to get into it, and we'll still keep it as part of the offering. For special education, we've talked about the 1214 program that's at the junior high. The proposal is to eliminate the junior high program, keeping in mind that we have a 1214 program at elementary, middle school, and high school levels. It eliminates a transition for the kids, so that this would represent, and by the way, we don't have 12, remember 1214 means 12 students to 1 teacher and 4 TAs. So we don't have currently enough kids in the 1214 program across 4 schools to support it in 4 schools. We can support it in 3 schools. And so that would be 4 teaching assistants, 1 teacher. That's the first 2 lines. And then the teaching assistants at the testing center. Those classes would be covered with teacher duties, I believe. And then special needs, non-mandated teaching assistants. There would be 10 additional non-mandated teaching assistants removed as part of this proposal. In technology,
Wait, Don.
Sorry.
Just going back to that special education, we have talked about, the total of 50 teaching assistants. Those teaching assistants are not placed anyplace else. They would be specific to this
this is
subcategory. So this is knocking that 50 down to 14.
This is not, well, actually, it's knocking it down to 18.
18.
18 because you get 4 at the testing center, 4 at the 1214, and then. Now, again, I want the 1214. Those kids are going to be serviced in one of the other 3 buildings. Of the 180 teaching assistants, though, there's 18 of them here.
And then the 1214 classroom, by eliminating this building, we actually decrease the number of transitions that they have from building to building to building.
That's right.
Okay.
In the technology area, it's just consolidation of sections at the high school, at the junior high, as well as at Gillette Road Middle School. For transportation, we're going to take our parts storekeeper and make that a half-time position. For LOTE, language other than English, we're going to consolidate some Spanish sections at the high school. In professional development, we're going to cut $50,000 of tech training. The full budget for that was $100,000, so we're basically cutting the budget in half. For health, we're going to consolidate sections at both the high school and the junior high. And then for elementary instruction, we're going to eliminate 5 positions. It's actually 5.8 positions. It's 5 classroom teachers, and then the specials that go along with it. The 0.8 is 2/10 of an art teacher, 2/10 of a music teacher, and 4/10 of a PE teacher.
Don, I just have one question going back to health.
Use your mic, please. Thank you.
Going back to the health section at the junior high now, kids are only having health once every 4 days now. So if we're consolidating sections,
this would be larger class sizes at the junior high.
That's it. Okay.
So this elementary instruction, we wanted you to know that we looked at eliminating these 5 positions and what the impact would be on class sizes, and that's what you see on the screen in front of you. So to make sure you're clear on how to read this, for the kindergarten, we're estimating 606 children with 30 teachers, or an average for the grade level of 20.2 children. First grade would be 22 kids in a class, second 22 in a class, third 23.2 in a class, fourth 23, and then consistent with prior years, the 5th and 6th jump to 27.5 and 26.7. And those class sizes are consistent with where they've been in the last couple of years. And that is all the cuts. That represents $3.8 million of cuts. Unfortunately, it represents 45.2 positions, and about half of those positions are instructional. I should say they're teachers.
Okay, I apologize to the teacher because I was talking to my neighbor when we were at that position. I want to go back to the physical education.
Sure.
The opt-out and the $150,000 price tag attached to it. We haven't really looked at how this will operate. if kids are, and I asked the question, as you know, in writing earlier last week, I just, have concern that this is a big dollar amount. We've attached $151,000 to it, which is 2 full-time teachers. If this is indeed an opt-out program, how do we ensure that we have enough kids who are going to opt out to do this? Are we really doing them a service? And I agree with the young man who spoke earlier today that it would seem that this might be something that we take under consideration for reduction next year after we have thoroughly examined how and if this program would work. And I call me old and a stick in the mud. I'm a great believer in structure and a great believer in first doing your research and then making your proposal. I think here we put the cart before the horse rather than the horse before the cart.
Can I just add my 2 cents before you, because then you can respond to all of our concerns. One of my concerns, actually, as we go through this is the fact that we have just gotten this committee together. I see this as a policy change. So I don't know, I guess, why we wouldn't develop the policy, have policy committee review it, and then go from there. I agree with Sandy in this regard that it seems like we're moving this a little too quickly, that, if we come up with a good policy, then let's move forward. But I don't see where we can do this year. And, are we going to tell kids that they can't participate? Because that's what it seems like. If we're going to reduce by 2 full positions, that's not consolidating just sections. I have those concerns.
Okay. Any more questions for Don, based on just this, before we get into each one of us describing or talking about what we can support, not support? Oh. Okay, Catherine, we're doing reverse.
Well, wait, we still have the survey results.
Okay.
Yeah, let me, if you don't, should I go through the rest of the presentation quick? Or?
Yeah, you can.
So the tax levy, the tax cap, as you remember, how it works, it looks at this year's levy, which is $72.7 million, looks at a growth factor, and then it looks at the change in our pilots as well as of the local share of debt service, which is called this tax levy for capital. Looks at the change in those things, and since our pilot revenue is estimated to go up, that lowers our tax levy limit increase from the 478 we've been talking about down to 456, because we're picking up $170,000 of pilot revenue. The difference in the tax levy for capital is still the $1.2 million for Smith Road. That difference hasn't impacted our calculation. So the maximum tax levy limit we could do under the tax cap would be $3.3 million or 4.56. And again, I want to just mention that 1.68% of that increase relates to the capital projects for Smith Road the taxpayers have already approved. Survey results. 2,200 people participated in the online survey that we had over the last couple of weeks. As you remember from the survey, folks could indicate by checking the box, so to speak, whether they were a taxpayer, a parent, an employee, or a student, and obviously and one respondent could be as many as 3 of these people. 68% of the people were taxpayers, 60% were parents, 30.9 were employees, and 9.7 were students. And we focused on, or I focused on, how the taxpayers responded. 1,389, or 62.8% of our taxpayers responded to the question on tax increase. And some of you may be saying, well, wait, 62.8, that's different than 68.1. Well, believe it or not, of the 1,500 taxpayers that responded to the survey, 117 of them chose not to answer the question about how much of an increase they could bear, and that's why there's a difference in those rates. But the other percentages here, from 8.2% down to 12.5% of respondents, total 100%, and they range from 8.2% saying they could live with a 10 to 15% increase, down to 12.5% saying they'd accept no increase at all. It's important to note that from 3.35 or 3 to 3.5% increase down to zero, that represents a little more than 40% of the population. If you go to 478, which was our previous tax cap limit, that gets you up to about 67.8% of the population. So there's clearly a weighting of the population at 478 or below. You all received packets tonight with the survey data. It's definitely worth reading the comments. It's people are pretty passionate, and a lot of them took time to write some very thoughtful comments about how they feel we should handle the tax increase, the cuts, and a variety of other things. So that was the survey. And then the infamous tax levy increase and required cut schedule. I just want to point out, Pat, to your question, $727,000 represents a 1% increase in the levy. So where we looked at our elementary music program, totaling anywhere from maybe $330,000, it's close to half of that, so it's about 0.5%. The bolded amounts are the 3.9 that we're recommending, which would be a $2.8 million levy increase. It would require us to cut the $3.8 million that we've recommended, and that would be an $82 increase for a house valued at $100,000. I do note on the bottom that Basic Star, which provides a $30,000 reduction in assessed value or a 30% discount on school taxes for a home of $100,000, is not reflected in the numbers above. And 456, which is our levy limit, would be a $96 increase, again, before Star. Anything from the tax levy limit of 456 and lower would only require a simple majority. Anything above would require a supermajority. And that
keep going to your timeline and all that other good stuff.
Yeah, that's the timeline. So today is the 2nd of April. We've got to adopt a budget on the 16th. We'll have our budget hearing on the 8th and our budget vote on the 15th. That's all I have to share this evening.
Thank you, Del.
A lot of work.
Great job for your first year.
Thing
Great
of
job.
beauty.
Okay.
Not
Great job.
what we have to do, but the way.
Great job. All right, Miss Catherine, you're up.
What am I doing?
Michael's off the hook.
Well, Don, you might want to stay up there just in case.
I don't see anything on this. Flip that back again.
Which one do you want?
Tax levy thing.
That one?
Where does it say that there's no cuts? I don't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Disappeared?
No, he didn't put that on there.
Yeah, and I apologize. So if you looked at a 9% cut, you'd only have to cut 152,000. So it would be about 9.2% would be a break even.
That's what I want. And I want all-day kindergarten. I'm done.
I wanted to ask a question about that. Can all-day kindergarten be put up separately?
Oh,
You can put a separate, you mean like a separate referendum?
To say that if we wanted to have all-day kindergarten,
You can, but you got to be careful that if it pushes you over the tax levy limit, you've got to have a supermajority for it, so you have to be careful.
Right, but you can put that up as a separate
But the first year is not going to cost anything.
That's correct. The first year would be self-funding.
And it won't cost anything for 3 years if you budget that money right.
No.
No, that's not correct.
That's
Well,
not
all right.
correct.
It won't cost any money for the first year.
Because you're getting 2
Because you're
years
getting
worth of
aid.
aid the first year.
And then it would cost $1.3 million.
Well, what happens is you get no aid after the first year.
After the first year until the fourth.
You're supposed to spread it over
Yeah, and
3
then
years.
again, depending on what they do with foundation aid,
Right.
by the time you got to the fourth year, you'd be in the hole about $850,000 per year.
Right.
Thereafter.
If I remember correctly, it would be the first year you would get the aid, you would get 2 years worth of aid, which would carry you to the second year. And then the third year, the cost would be
Well, it would carry you if the taxpayers allowed you to increase your fund balance by the differential in the reserves and levy them.
Right.
In other words, if you had the discipline to take the extra aid and put it away, it would carry you into the second year. But by the third year, you'd have run out of that aid, and it would be costing you
And it would be
$1.8 million the third year, and then it would cost $850,000.
Yeah, once you start getting the aid again, it would be $850,000 a year. Now, is there a way for us to, if we were to do a separate referendum, to have the taxpayers approve the spending of the money in the fourth? You know what I'm saying?
Well, you can't get taxpayer approval beyond one budget.
Okay, so it just
they have to vote one budget time, 1 year at a time.
Okay, so they would have to vote 1 year at a time. Okay. So, Catherine, 9.2% in all-day kindergarten, right?
That's right.
Not bad. How about you, Sandy?
Well, most of this, I guess I can live with. However, I would add back the elementary music program for many reasons. I believe that it's been a jewel in our district. I've been around here for 40 years. I'm not 40 years old, but that's right. I've been around here for 40 years, and for 40 years, periodically, they would want to cut the elementary string program. And the community has come out in force and has been very supportive of the program, and so we haven't cut it. In the past, we also had the help from our wonderful symphony orchestra, which is no more. But I just don't want to lose this. It's something that's been a source of community pride. I believe the skills that it teaches carry forth into all the academic areas, not just this one. I believe it's a lasting experience. I had a special needs student, and he learned his times tables because of music. He learned fractions because of music and playing, not the violin, but the piano. And it also helped because he had some neurological impairments as a result of being born prematurely, to pattern his brain in such a way that he was able to overcome some of his learning disabilities. I feel similarly about the visual arts program, which for many kids, it's their safe place in school. It's the place where they can excel. And the arts feed not just the mind, but the soul. I think they're very important. And I think, when you cut these programs, you hurt children greatly. The other large concern I have here is with the opt-out program, and I just am very, very uncomfortable in doing this before we have considered the ramifications, before we have. It is indeed a policy, and policy is the purview of the board, and I believe that we need to have this committee do its work. And we need then to have the policy committee look at how and where and how we would, do this, and perhaps consider it for cuts next year. I think that it's premature, and also it concerns me deeply to do it this year without having done that legwork. And I understand what the impetus was, and we had to look at everything that wasn't mandated for potential cuts. But I would like to see us go with that. And at $500,000, which is the approximate dollar amount of the two programs that I'm talking about, that would be on top of the 4.5. What would that be, Don?
0.75%.
Right, 3.9, and add that to the.
There'd be about 0.75%, roughly. If 750,000 is 1%,
And that would be
That
what?
would be like 3/4
Right, and that would be what on the levy
So
then?
you'd say 3.9% plus 3/4.
Right. And that would still keep us under the cut?
Yep.
Under the
It's slightly above the tax levy.
so could we find some little tweaks and whatever to keep us righted, so, or we just need a simple majority? We look for a couple of little things that might bring us there.
Loose change.
All set?
I'm done, thank you.
Scott?
Okay, situation's changed a lot since last week, so we're going to just a little bit differently, I guess. I mean, I want this thing to pass the first time, so I don't want to go too crazy. But I would like to add back the elementary band orchestra, both orchestras, and I'd also like to add out the opt-out because they've convinced me that's not a good plan. So I'd like to add the opt-out back. So that's an addition of $481,915. And to help pay for that, I would recommend we go ahead and reduce the assistant director of special ed.
No, big
I'd also like to eliminate the professional development subs for in-house workshops and find some other way that we don't have to take the teachers out of the classroom to teach them this stuff, because if we're going to make these scores and all the stuff we're trying to do, we've got to keep the teachers in the classroom. And
I missed the last, so the special.
What was that?
Staff development.
Just
was
repeat
and then
that
what was
again,
the last
Scott, I'm
one?
sorry.
the subs for in-house workshops.
Subs. You want to get rid of the subs?
Yes. And the other thing was the second half of the tech training, which was another $50,000. This sounds kind of harsh when I read it, but I think it could be done, and that is to leave it to the school tech people and the teachers themselves to train each other. In fact, I think in some cases they would learn better that way than they would with some of the courses they take. That's just my gut feeling. So the net of all that would take out another $212,718. So the net addition would be $269,197,000, which would put us at about 4.07% if my math is correct. It would also we would add back 6.2 full-time equivalents of teachers and reduce 1 full-time equivalent of administrators. So we'd now only be reducing staff by 39 something, I think. So that's what I'd like to see happen. One question I had was, am I correct that we're not applying any of our reserve funds to this budget
Just
now?
600,000.
No, just 600,000. We're using
Oh,
600.
we still have the 600.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's correct.
Didn't you understand the word?
No, I missed that.
How much, what's the special education total cuts? What's that amount?
I'm sorry?
Are you done, Scott?
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
asking Don, what are the special education cuts, the total?
The assistants you're talking about?
No, you're talking about, my thing isn't, yes, the special needs, non-mandating teaching assistants, the
Page
testing
24.
center, page 24, yes. What's that total?
783,000 for all of the special.
783,000. And
783,870.
And you're saying that one of the 12-1-4s,
Yeah, one of the teachers
Go
or
that through
the
that.
aides or assistants, relate to the 12-1-4 program, which we're recommending we discontinue here at the junior high.
and so if we did those things that Scott said, that he talked about, that would take that supermajority down to about, or that levy down to about under our
Yeah, he said
tax cap.
407.
Under our tax cap. I mean, my daughters rode the bus. I agree with everyone relative to the music and the opt-out. But we also have to, my daughter rode the bus with Kayla McEwen every day from the time she started to be included in regular classes. And when I heard her as the keynote speaker of our first day of school last year, I have a difficult time cutting $783,000 here from special education. Would there be a way, so we're using 600,000 of our
Fund balance.
of our fund balance now. What would $483,000, how would that affect our levy? That would be, what, a little more than half, well, no, 325 is a half a percent.
Yeah, 0.66%.
So 0.66%, so that would make that tax levy 4.7 something. So my recommendation would be that maybe we find a couple tweaks to get near our tax cap and use $300,000 of our fund balance. So use $900,000 and keep the $783,000.
Yeah, the only issue with using the fund balance is it's one-time money.
I understand.
I
understand. I mean, my preference is to not cut anything. I'm with Kate. 9.2%. I wish we could do. It can all-day kindergarten. How long, if we were to decide that we wanted to do a separate referendum, how long would that take if we voted on it this year and it passed the following school year, we would have all-day kindergarten, or would it take some time to put that together?
I defer to you, Dr. Betts.
Yeah, we would, based on conversations that we had, we felt that it would be a rigorous process to be able to implement it.
It would take 2 years then, right?
Right.
Okay,
It would
all right,
take
that
some
makes
time,
sense.
Just given the numbers and being able to balance them out, as well as engaging in the overall conversation.
I can't hear what you're saying.
I'm sorry. Based on the conversations that we had, that it would be a rigorous process to try and implement it immediately. So we would need some time, especially given the conversations around trying to balance the numbers across the schools. But there's the bigger question, which is also our transitions. So we'd have to we'd be talking about the overall district transition or configuration in the midst of implementing full-day kindergarten. We wouldn't want to, just pull the trigger on that and kind of forget about the other piece.
So you're saying that one of these 12-1-4s really is an extra transition for the kids that doesn't make...
Right, we don't, there's 12 students for one teacher and 4 assistants, and we don't have 12 students in any one of the classes in the 4 buildings, apparently. That's the logic.
So I would like to see us, that's hard. I mean, I think about the good work that our special education programs provide and what they provide for those kids, and the fact that it takes teaching assistants to help them and to do all that extra stuff. I just think that's as important as music and as it's important as no opt-out and all the other things that we're talking about. So, I mean, if it takes even asking our taxpayers to spend the $700, that's 1% then on our tax levy. So instead of the 3.9 that you're asking for, it asks for 4.9. Then that's what I would support then. The 4.9. I really want to ask for 9.2 with no cuts, but I know that's unrealistic, and I really want this budget to pass. So, I can accept. The music's got to come back, the opt-out's got to go away, and I would like to reinstate the special ed cuts.
All of them?
All of them.
All of them. It's a 1%. 783,000. It's roughly 1%. 720,000 is 1%. So it's a little. It's 1 point. It's minuscule. So I would say that's what I would want to do. Put back the music. Make sure the music is in there. No opt out, and put back the special.
And you want to redo the testing center too?
Well, I don't know. Is that
there are
something?
four assistants in the testing.
I don't know what the testing center does. I don't know how they operate.
The accommodations. Right. Yeah.
I mean, if you're saying that that's something that's extra, that's something that's not needed, is that
I
is
think
that
we're
what
saying.
you're
I
saying?
think we're saying that about the first. Well,
Go ahead.
we're saying that about everything on the
We're
slide.
saying- Right, right.
Right. And again, with deference to the folks that that are impacted, that's what we're
No,
saying. about the
I
entire slide.
want to add it back in. If I had my druthers, I'd add it back in. So that would be a 4.9, without using any fund balance, that would be a 4.9 tax increase.
Just add that back, but then if I add the opt-out as well as the.
Well, yes, right.
Right. As well as the.
Well, but Scott
music.
said that if you made some of those other cuts that he recommended, it would only be a little over a 4% tax increase. The cuts the changes that Scott mentioned.
The special ed director, the staff development
Right.
subs. And
Right,
the,
he talked about
tech training.
those.
At this point, the reason why we did not put forth or continue to put forth the cutting of the assistant director for SPED was, one, because when you look at where we're cited for not meeting the needs of students with disabilities. Number one. Number two, we've had conversations about doing a special ed audit. And my preference is that we wait to have that audit done to then determine indeed what shouldn't go away, what special ed will look like, and what some of the changes will be that will occur. But to cut that assistant director now without having that audit done, puts us in a very difficult position to be able to move forward.
Okay, then what was your levy increase again with it? Because my machine isn't working right and the slides aren't coming up fast enough here. So if you do what you're proposing with the $3.8 million worth of cuts, the tax levy increase would be what?
3.8 million. If we do just what we're proposing, it's 3.8. But
And what's the percentage? If you do what you're proposing here, what's
3.9%.
3.9%. So if you put back the music, put back the opt-out, and put back the special education, that would be what?
You're talking just the 10? Just this last item?
No, put back the whole thing, the whole 700. It's only 1% on the tax levy. Let me just
Let me just ask you a question. Okay, programmatically, how many children are served in the 3-12-1-4 programs? Okay, and what kind of adjustments? Those class sizes would not go above 12. You would still have 12 children, 1 teacher, and 4 assistants at each one of the transitions. So the kids would have their elementary program. They would then have a program at the middle school that would include some junior high school age kids, and then they would go to the high school. So you would still not have more than 12 children in each of those 3 classes. The testing center.
There's a teacher that's already assigned to that room.
There's a teacher assigned to the testing center and would continue to be assigned to the testing center, but the 4 aides would not be available in the testing center, and you would also be able to assign people during high
volume
times like midterms and whatever. What generally is the number of children in the teaching center at any given time, the average amount of time? And I think that's what we have to look at. It's there so that kids can get their accommodations in a quieter, atmosphere, and there would still be people available to read the test, to do the various accommodations.
And not all students use the teaching center. There's still students who still would prefer to have their accommodations done in class.
what would that increase be if you added that back in?
If we added back in all the special ed, all the opt-out, which is $151,000, and the band, that's $1,265,000 we'd be adding back. That represents 1.7%. Now, we could do some of the cuts that Scott is recommending on top of that to somewhat offset it. And if we did not do the special ed director, but did the staff development and the subs, and that would certainly knock it down by $100,000. But still, you'd be over the tax cap.
Right. I still think we have to, again, we don't want to. I still believe that we have an opportunity and a responsibility to ask the taxpayers to pay a little bit more. So, that's where I stand. If it's over the tax cap, it's over the tax cap. If we need a super majority, we need a super majority.
Where are you at now? What place are you at now?
I want to put them back.
Are you at just the percentage?
So it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Whatever it is, it is.
Well,
However
just the ed backs that you'd bring us up to 5.6%.
5.6%.
That's what you were, 5.6. Okay.
We got, I think you, Robert? No. Or Jackie?
I think we're that way, Jackie.
Tony, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Doesn't matter. Jackie, you can go.
Really?
Yep. Unless you're not ready.
I am ready.
Yep.
Okay. Definitely agree about the music, and I was doing some calculations, so I think I might know how much the tax increase will be
All right.
if you went with what I was thinking about. Okay, so elementary music. I really have a difficulty with the opt-out options. I would like to not even go there. Take that out. Thank you. Okay, so elementary music, of course. Definitely like to keep that in, especially in light of the the increases that we have. And in light of all the presentations that we do get here and all the people that speak here, we're not sitting up here because we know everything. We're sitting up here because we care. And it's important for us to learn what everybody wants in our community, and I think elementary music is part of it. The opt-out, I don't generally agree with. And after listening to some of these kids, I really think it's a bad idea to just go there. Special ed is kind of near and dear to my heart, so hearing about cutting TAs kind of bothers me a lot. So when we're talking about the 4 TAs in the testing center and the special needs non-mandated TAs, I don't want to cut those. I think in light of having larger class sizes, we need to not do that. We also need to put in our elementary educators.
You want more than we've already got in there?
I don't want those elementary educators cut.
Look, do you see the class sizes?
I do. But I also know that there's a lot of kids that come in first grade in Bear Road, Roxborough, that come in. We can't use our projections from April to look at that. We have to, we have to make sure we have enough room.
So you want all 5.8 back?
Yeah. So what we're getting at is, and also, what is tech training? Can you run this by me again? I must have missed that for the teachers. I mean, tech training, are we talking about, technology classes?
Smart boards, all of the new training, all of the training that occurs in order.
A lot of the summertime training.
Summertime training, right.
A lot of the summertime training, a lot of the kinds of software programs that we're going to be using next year. Okay. For $50,000, it's worth it. I don't want to cut that professional
we had
development.
50 in there, or we left 50 in and we cut 50 out.
Right.
I don't want to cut it anymore.
So you want us to add the 50 back in to
keep
make it
at
100?
100,000, yes. So, what we're talking about, when you do all the adding, and I'm terrible at adding, it looks to be, and I agree with the consolidation because I think that's just more efficient. but I'm looking at something like a 6% tax hike. Is that what you get to, Don?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and add everything up, but I think you got, I'm going to guess that you're more than that based on what you just added back.
Okay.
But you'll get, as you figured, I know it's hard to throw these numbers
Yeah,
right
I
at you.
Yeah.
You should
I was
add
just doing-
Dave Allard here with his calculator. He could have
Yeah, I was gonna
he could
have
have helped
Dave
you
on.
with that.
I didn't expect this.
Yeah.
I
will, easy enough for me to do, though. I can do it rather quickly.
I just think we've heard so many voters that are so passionate about the things that we have in our school district. And I think this is, and our students especially, I've never heard so many students so finding their education so important to them, even the young kids. And I just think we need to at least try to get a supermajority and to keep as much as we can this year.
And you guys certainly know the community better than I do. I shared with you the tax levies that were in the paper this week, and you might note that most of them are below 3%, 3 or lower. I should say in the 3s or lower. And so that's just going to present us with a little bit of a challenge as we go out to the taxpayers to try to...
As you have said before, we feel like we're running towards a cliff and we're in the front of the line. Well, we are in the front of the line, and I'm sure a lot of school districts in this area are going to be asking a lot more in the years to come. I just think it's our chance this year to let the voters really tell us if this is what they want, if these are the things they want. We just have to pay a little bit more. And again, it looks a lot better than it did last week. And that really is very encouraging to me.
So you want to add back the elementary music, the opt-out, the 4 TAs in the testing center, the 10 TAs, 5.8 elementary teachers, and $50,000 for the training.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Tony, go ahead. We should have had a smart board so we could put all this stuff on it.
I would like to see us not cut anything either, but reality sets in, and that's just not possible. So for me, music has to come back, elementary music, and the opt-out. I'm with everybody else on that. I'm with Pat on the special education cuts, but I really don't think the community as a whole has shown me, especially this weekend I spent time at the Easter egg hunts and the bunny breakfast in the village, and I can't even tell you how many people let me know that they can't afford. They can't afford. So, Don, I think your point is well taken that some folks are going to push back hard if we go too high. And so as much as I feel I would like to see those 3 things back in, the whole special ed section and the music and the opt-out, I just don't know if that's a little bit too high. So if we can tweak that a little bit and keep those 3 in, I'd be good, but I don't think much over the tax cap. I just don't see our community.
So you want to add back the music and the opt-out?
For sure, the music and the opt-out.
Stay below the tax cap.
And the special ed, if we could just kind of tweak that a little bit. Some of Scott's information was very helpful, and you might be able to play with that a little bit. I know that we have a lot of people who have great intentions and want to get out there and vote, but if they don't, for whatever reason, we're in serious trouble. So I worry about that. There's a lot of senior citizens that are struggling out there. There's a lot of community members that aren't working. And so even with the best of intentions, I just don't know if we can go out with too high of a tax cap. I'm really worried about that. That's where I'm at. I'm at right around the cap.
Okay. All right. I guess we got
Michael, did you go?
Mr. Crabtree.
Oh, I gotta get dramatic here.
Just as long as you get dramatic from your seat, you're
you know,
good.
I just have to thank everyone that has spoken here. Dr. Dice, yesterday was an anniversary. Beginning of your 9th month with us. And you can tell that we are a great school district. We are awesome. From these young people to these teachers, to the parents, to the community, we are a great community. Music. This is a no-brainer for me. I played violin for 1 year. My mother said, stop it.
She did not.
We need a little laugh tonight.
She did not.
I got involved in my church. The pastor says, we need anybody to be in the choir, but not you, Mr. Crabtree. So music is not a talent of mine, but I have loved every minute. John knows this. In my classroom, how music was important. It was playing a lot. Don't ask me what concertos I was playing, but I was playing Beethoven. Music was important in my classroom. I did a little research. I passed it on to the board members because I had a concern that I keep hearing other school districts, and I don't like that. Beeville has K through 5 schools. 3rd grade violin starts. 4th grade band, just like North Syracuse. West Genesee, comparable to us, K-5 schools begin in 4th grade. So in their elementary schools in Beeville, they're getting 3 years of orchestra. West Genesee's getting 2. Liverpool, K-6, they start in 4, but again, 3 years. If we did not have this program, what would our elementary schools look like without this? I can't imagine. I can't imagine. There aren't any elementary schools in Onondaga County that do not have this, so this is a no-brainer. Put it back in. The phys ed, I have a major problem with. I don't see the savings. I agree with Mr. Svoboda. We're putting it ahead of what we should be doing. We should study it, and Sandy said the same thing, come back to it next year. Jackie, with class sizes, I looked at the chart. If we go by the chart that was given by Dr. Dice and Mr. Keegan, I see no reductions K4. There are none. I don't know, Stan, if I'm correct on that. The reductions are at 5th and 6th grade in staff. There are no reductions. So class sizes K4 are going to look similar to what you had this year. Thank you, teachers, for stepping up to the plate for that. Couple other things. I, like Tony, though, am out in the community. I drive for Meals on Wheels. There are a lot of needy people in this community. We're not a high socioeconomic community. I thank Dr. Dice for taking out this survey to the community. I've been asking, the other board members have been asking for it. However, a group of people that I know did not answer is the senior citizens. You need to go and talk to the senior citizens. Yes, they get STAR, but their taxes are very high. I cannot go to the supermajority. I need to stay about 3.9, maybe 4, which means there have to be reductions because according to Scott, I'm looking at 481,915. I am sorry, and I disagree with Dr. Dice on this. There is not another school district in this county that has 3 special ed directors. There is a savings there. I am sure the 2 people that will be remaining in that position can handle it. I truly think we have to reduce in that area. And that is about it. But I want to end it up with a quote. Not a quote. I went online, and I found something written. This is a former CNS student. Went grades 10, 11, and then moved to Florida. The student was in our school district, left about November of 2011. The student wrote this online about the school. The school was the best school, CNS, I have ever been to. From the teachers to the counselors, every staff member there will help you in anything. The teacher quality is beyond amazing. It is hard not to learn when teachers do such a great job at helping the students in every subject. They have a lot of after-school activities. Students gone to Florida, different, that help you succeed and become a better person. I will never forget CNS and the school and its faculty. I wish I could go back and do it all over again. It was one of the best experiences of my life. And that is written by a former student who is now in the state of Florida. Again, Dr. Dice, we have a great school district. I know we have some difficult reductions, as Tony said. I have to go along with some of them, but I also have to look at the taxpayer, and we need, I believe, to stay between 3.9 and 4.3. End of comment.
Now, Bob, you didn't say that you wanted to, you felt that the class size was good and you didn't want to add anything back, right? You felt
Yeah,
that.
and the other thing I
Just
do,
clarify for me.
if it's important to keep a special ed, I don't see it. I do think we could use more fund balance, not maybe 500,000, but maybe 250. So I just feel like Tony does that we have to be careful about the tax levy this year. Because there are some hurting people in our community. And they don't come to these meetings. They don't necessarily listen or go on TV and listen to the board meetings, but there are people out there that honestly cannot afford a big increase in taxes.
Okay. All right, Bob, thank you. Pat?
Okay. Just listening to our speakers tonight, Anne had said, she was willing and able. She used that when she was talking to us, and she pointed out that there are people that have fewer and fewer abilities to pay their own taxes. I'm concerned about what's going to happen. We go through these lists of comments that these kids had, and they talk about connections. Almost every student, whether they realized it or not, spoke to us about some type of connection that they made. Some of them talked about with other students, some of them talked about with staff. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear that our community as a whole has made those same connections with us as a school district. We have talked in the past couple of days or the past couple of meetings about property values and where our schools are, directly proportionate to our property values. With that being said, some of the things I'm going to say are probably going to not be as popular as I'd like them to be. I would love to go ahead and say, let's, throw it all back in the till. This is great. Let's try to go with a supermajority, but realistically thinking it's not going to happen. And I'm concerned, what happens if this goes down once? If it goes down once, then we have to prove that we really are doing our best. And, we already have. So then, like the media's picked up on, like we've talked about, then we're cutting into the bone, and we're not just cutting into the bone, we're amputating limbs. It's way beyond cutting into the bone. And so coming into this meeting tonight after talking to neighbors, friends, acquaintances, I was with Scott with recommending the assistant director for special education, but then I talked to Don, I looked back through our previous notes. There's stuff that's coming down the pike that if we get rid of principals, directors, we are going to be affecting the kids. It's not as far removed away from the kids as we think it is. So, I respectfully disagree with Mr. Crabtree and with Scott with that. Again, respectfully disagree with the music program. I would love to see the strings stay, but our band program at the middle school is extremely strong. It's a great program. And the strings program, that also is excellent, but a lot of those kids spill over into the band program later. So they're learning in strings. I think it would be important to maybe make a concession here, kind of meet on a middle ground and keep strings both third and fourth grade and get rid of the band. Not that it's something that I want to do, but, I'm married. I understand what compromise is. So, I'm saying that
Jeez.
this is...
You understand that?
Yeah, so this is my compromise. It's not what I want, it's what I'm willing to do. The 12-1-4 classroom,
The little general control.
it's a suggestion based on enrollment. it's not, we're not saying that it's not necessary, it's not needed, or not wanted. We're saying that it's an enrollment issue. We've talked about a typical child and the number of transitions, how it's better for them to reduce the number of transitions. We've talked about that with our demographic committee. If it makes sense for a typical child to transfer fewer times, then I'm making the assumption. I don't have children in special education. I haven't been exposed to it that much, but I'm making the assumption that it would be actually better for the students if we got rid of that classroom. Maybe not the staff, but it definitely would be, I think, for the kids. One of the things that some of the students talked about today were the people that are most affected by all of these cuts are going to be the people that can't vote for them. The co-curricular activities, the assistant coaches, as much as I worry about athletics, it's going to be an equitable thing if we do that. So I'm for that. The only thing, like I said, that I'm not for is let's keep the elementary orchestra and the opt-out program. I've already shared my sentiment with that. I think we're putting the cart ahead of the horse with that one. And, we have a policy committee. We have a process that's in place, and that we haven't used that process. And it's worked for us in the past. I think we need to stick to that process. So I am not at all for that. So I think we need to stick around the simple majority. I don't think we can go over that.
What's that? So you're kind of in the
I would
4 to 5 this
4.56%
right.
is where I'm at.
Right.
Well, where'd you look like? I only wrote down add back spring's not saying anything, add back opt-out.
Right.
So that's
Well, that's what I'm saying. Those are my drop dead things. Those two topics are my, I cannot.
Stay below the tax.
Right. Everything else, I'm open for discussion. I'm game for concessions.
Okay.
And I have to say that, this is huge that our teachers came to us and did this. I mean, this is huge. This is 12 positions that, I see this a little differently. And I don't know, I know I didn't thank you guys like this, but there are a lot of people that do not understand contract language. They do not understand that we as a district, we can't come to you and ask that. You guys have to come to us. So this wasn't a suggestion that we made to them. They brought it to us, and I think that's, you saved people in your own bargaining units' jobs, and you guys should be very proud of that.
Thank you, Pat. Okay, Michael, you were on the hot seat last time, but now you get to listen to everybody else first and then do your thing.
So first, I just want to thank John and the rest of the teachers in this district for what you guys have done. It's really encouraging to know we have such dedicated teachers that work in this district and that they're really working for the kids. The conversation we're having tonight is difficult, but without you guys, this would be much, much more difficult than what we're dealing with. I'm going to agree with most of my fellow board members about the elementary music. I think that this is a program that we really need to stick with. After coming to the music program concert a few weeks ago, it's really outstanding to see what the kids in this district are capable of. When I came here and I was listening, it felt like I was listening to professionals more than students that have gone through this district. It's really something to hear. I feel much more comfortable this week with class size. That was a big concern that I had last week, and after seeing the projected class size for the fall, I feel much more comfortable about that. The opt-out program for phys ed is not a good idea, and I'm going to agree with most others that we should keep that out. Giving the option for phys ed for students is not the best thing to do. I also want to thank all the students that came and spoke tonight. you know, it's really nice to know that these kids care so much about their education in this district, and that's something, you know, when I was in school a few years ago, we didn't talk about. And now when we're getting to the bone of this, it's really nice to see that these students care about what we're doing. So with that, I'm glad that we are not eliminating the electives, and I am glad that we are keeping the after-school activities, because that's really what defines these students, not necessarily what they're doing in the classroom, but what they're doing with other students and teachers after school. So that's really good to see. In terms of trying to keep the tax rate around a simple majority, I'm going to agree with Scott and Bob that we should look at some of the administration and special ed. If we eliminate some of those positions, then we would be able to add back in the music program in the elementary school and keep the tax rate around the simple majority. So with that, I think we're good.
Okay.
So we add the music, the opt-out,
Yep.
and the special ed director.
Right. Yeah.
So where we are currently is that the majority of the board is for a tax increase somewhere between the cap at 3.9
and the 4.56.
Yep. So that's kind of where we are, I think. We've got.
And everybody wants music.
I think it's a no-brainer that music and music goes back in and opt-out is out. We've had discussions around special ed. We've had discussions about the assistant director in special ed. Scott made some other reasonable suggestions relative to how we can cut a couple things to get to where he was. Jackie talked about adding back the teachers and adding back the tech training and the special ed cuts. And so I guess what I have to ask everybody around the table is, we kind of know what we want to keep. We kind of all have a little bit of an idea of we know what we want to keep versus what cuts were recommended. At least we know two things definitely. We want to keep the music. We want to get the opt-out. Now,
is that a tornado sign?
No. Well, I'll tell you what, if it is, I feel pretty safe in this building. This is the best built building in the New York State as far as that goes. But
if we do the 3.9 that we have, and we add back the opt-out and the music at the elementary level, that puts us right at 456.
Oh, that puts us at 456.
And so, I mean, I don't know how. I heard consistency around music and opt-out.
Right.
And then there was kind of all across the board. I mean, if we just did those two things, is that something that the board could live with?
Well, definitely we have, right? Am I correct in
because that puts you at
assuming that?
456, and
The other thing I would suggest is take out the $250,000 back down a little bit, or take out one of them. Just do something so you're not.
I think Scott made a good point with the training. I think the teachers would do better. I don't know, but I learn more from my colleagues than I do in a training class.
But some of it is just the time to get together and train, and also we're taking a lot of teachers out of the system. So, and oh, by the way, you're doing APPR and Common Core Standards, and it just seems like there's a lot going on that a little bit of training might be wise. We've only left $50,000 of tech training in there, and frankly, and it's our intention. Stan, jump in here. It's our intention not to necessarily use it for technical training.
Right.
We may redeploy that money to use for other training. Sorry.
Right. And to the conversation we had a month ago, I believe, Bob, where Bob had asked us to look at professional development and how we were spending the dollars. we did indeed do that, and that's why we kept it to 50. It was at 100, and we pulled it out, and we have talked long and hard about how we're going to ensure that the PD we're offering is definitely aligned with the STRAT plan, and that we're not pulling teachers out for things that just don't support our agenda moving forward. But to pull out the 50 and leave 0, I think it once again, it straps us without really having been able to go to the table and implement the changes. There's definitely the potential to possibly not use all of the 50, but to not have it and then be forced to need it. I think what I'm struggling with is the fact that we can talk about cutting administrative positions all we want, but at the end of the day, if we don't have administrators to roll out initiatives, oversee what's going on in schools, and support the work that's going on in schools, then nothing is going to get done, right? So we can continue to cut at the core, but we have a STRAT plan that we're going to be implementing. There are a number of things that we want to do in terms of trying to see how we can also realize additional efficiencies, for example, in special ed. But to pull the trigger now, where we haven't really been able to go in and do the type of deep dive we want to do to realize those efficiencies, I think is somewhat premature.
I am nervous about 4.56 because what we're doing is we're telling the taxpayer we're going right to the hilt. Last week we were going to take $500,000 out of the fund balance. When we got the extra money, your notes are to put the $500,000
That's
back
right,
in.
yeah.
If we use part of this, we can get close down. If we can get close to 4%, I would feel more comfortable. I know it's not great taking the fund balance, but then I'm compromising with Dr. Dice with a special ed. I understand that, but we have to do a little compromise. So
as a point of reference,
I don't know what my other fellow board members. I just don't want to take it to the hill. I think it doesn't look good to the taxpayers.
there are 51 schools listed on this list. There's only 6 of 51 over 4%.
But there also, we are one of 2 school districts in this area that can go that high because of our circumstances. You know, I used to tell my kids when they were in school, you know, I don't care what Johnny does in arithmetic, and I don't care what Susie does. I want you to do your best, and I don't want you to compare yourself to anyone else. I think that in their wisdom, however dubious it might be, you know, we are permitted by our legislators to go now up to 4.56. Up until recently, we thought we could go up more than that, but the formula works out to this. In order to do that, we just need a simple majority. And I believe that we can, in good faith and in good conscience and doing due diligence, justify that to the taxpayers. And we have to only justify it to one more person than doesn't feel it's justifiable. I understand strategically, and I've gone around in my head 8 million times about this, you know, that 3.9 looks better than 4.56, but I don't want to just come out with a number because it's a number or because in blah, blah school district they're only going out for 1.98 or 2%. Some of those school districts that are going out with those monies have reserves up the yin-yang, pardon me, and we do not. We have spent responsibly. We have the lowest, per pupil spending of school districts in this state in that category. And I don't think that's something to brag about. Pardon me, I don't. But, you know, the fact is that that is the fact. And that's why, you know, we got to the place where we could do 4.56, and I strongly recommend that we go to that limit in conscience and in diligence and whatever. And just do what we can to sell it and get our people out to vote for it, and within that figure, we can butt heads and hash that out, what that 4.56% is going to represent.
Yes. I agree.
That you got it.
There's
I
definitely
agree.
that population out there.
Yes. And they're going to vote against. They're going to vote against 5.
Yeah,
Or they're going to vote against anything because they're going to vote against.
Historically, we have 23% of the people who vote no matter what we put up. We once put up a zero tax increase. We put up a 1% tax. We still had 20% plus who came out and voted no.
Right. So now just our tax cap, just to clarify, our tax cap is now 3.9%?
No, our
It's
tax
still
cap
the
is
4.56.
4.56, right.
So our tax cap is still the 4.56, so we still need only one more vote yes than no.
That's
if
correct.
we do a 4.56.
And if we took the 3.9 budget we've just proposed, added in the opt-out and the elementary music, that would bring us to 4.56.
Now, can I just ask a question?
Go ahead.
This is just for argument's sake. We have directors that we're talking about, these positions. And these directors looked at class size, they looked at, workload versus, number of students to teacher ratios when they were making these projections or suggestions to us. Can we have like an idea, just for argument's sake, of how often the staff actually meets with, director staff meets with our teachers? Can we have an idea of how often that happens? I mean, we have to have a schedule or something, right?
Dan?
I'm not clear. Say that again, Pat.
Well, it's been brought up a couple of times about the special ed director, and, we see stuff that's coming down the pike. Is the workload too much to get rid of this person, or is it not? I don't,
What I would do is give you more detail, and we can do that in the Friday letter for you, regarding the duties of that third director in special education. But I have to say her responsibilities as far as supervising the entire secondary operation, providing all the supervision of CSEs in all of those buildings, annual reviews, supervising psychologists, speech therapists, it becomes a huge responsibility.
Now,
but I can give you more detail if you'd like that.
I think we all would probably like that. Then one of the other things that just kind of came into mind while we were sitting here talking about the professional development, when we received, or when these presentations are made, it seemed like there was like an underlying theme that the professional development was lacking. So for us to cut it any further, and we were already receiving requests for more of it,
right.
It seems to go to zero, really. I mean, $50,000, what is that going to do?
So the actual $100,000 was earmarked for technology integration kinds of staff development. It usually occurs in the summer. And that would be smartboard training and new technologies. We propose in this budget a $50,000 cut in that expense. Don was correct. We have several areas that we have to focus in on. One is the new STRAP plan, which will require us to do certain specific things. But in addition to that, we have the new teacher evaluation system that requires training of all staff as well as administration, and that will continue. We're going to be rolling that out to the entire district in the coming year. It won't just be a pilot. We have the Common Core Learning Standards training that's required. We have the state mandating training in student learning objectives. That will be coming over the summer and into the fall. And then the Dignity for All Students training is going to be required by the state, and that's the anti-bullying movement that's going on. So there are required kinds of trainings that have to occur. We're looking at alternatives, newsletters, opportunities for staff to collaborate within the schools, but there will be times that we have to pull staff out or provide services outside of the school day, which requires payment as well, according to our contractual obligations. So that $50,000 in the scheme of things is not a lot of money.
I just have a question though. If we've got all this training that needs to come down the pipeline, why are we cutting $50,000?
I think from what we've looked at and analyzed that we'll be able to do that with the support of the $50,000 that we have set aside, as well as some of the grants that we have. We also have the JIP review that we don't know what the recommendations are going to be. My suspicion is that the required training that will come through the JIT will not be solely supported by the grant, the school improvement grant that will come along.
Okay, I guess I'm just more worried now that we're cutting it.
No,
Because
I think
it sounds like we've got a lot.
I think responsibly we do need to cut the $50,000.
It just seems like a really small amount of money for this size district.
It does, but we've got to really narrow our focus. And I think Dr. Dice said it very well, that we can't do everything for everybody. We've got to narrow it down to very specific kinds of activities.
So you think that the tech training, I know, Jackie, that you said that you wanted to add back the $100,000. You're recommending only cutting 50 versus the $100,000. That's what we're talking about.
You recommend we leave it at the 50?
You recommend leaving it at the 50?
Correct.
Right.
I was just thinking in terms of, I mean, how much is our professional development overall? I mean, is that all we have?
No, that's not all. We have additional money in Title I, in Title II, but this is for sub-costs so that we can bring teachers together.
So I'm just thinking with Common Core and with APPR, especially APPR, and it's got to be rolled out.
We have no choice.
Then I would rather have that money available.
I would too, but in light of all the other cuts that we're making, I think it's responsible.
I think if we want to stay at 4, 5, 6 or below, we just gotta. You see how hard this is.
Right.
I think I'm kind of in the mode that says add the music, add the opt-out, and call it a day.
That's the one thing.
Go ahead,
I
Scott.
mean,
Hold on. Go ahead, Scott.
I suggest we do that, and then we take another $50,000 out of our fund balance and just slap it on there to get it down below 4.56. Get it to
Just a little bit below, you mean?
4.49. Just something so the taxpayer don't say, look at that. They went exactly to the number that they could do. Maybe it doesn't make it. Rather than quibbling over which $50,000 we take out of development, let's just take another $50,000 out of the fund balance. And we've gone from 600 to 650.
Go ahead, Bob.
So to answer, to wrap up, Bob, I'll get you the specifics for all the special education people for the Friday Live.
Go ahead, Bob.
Their job responsibility.
Sandy DiBianco is one of my best friends, but I have to disagree with her on this.
You're allowed.
I'm still nervous about 4, 5, 6, and I understand the philosophy with 3, 9 or whatever people, but I'm going to tell you, if this goes down to defeat, because we have one of the highest increases in taxes, which we do, and I don't like to compare to other school districts, but I know what the press will do, and we go down to defeat, we don't have the option we had last year. We don't have that option, and we're going to have to be ready. I'm all pro. We have to be ready for what's going to happen after. So.
Well, we still have another shot at it, though. We still have another shot at it.
But how expensive is it for us to have these votes as well? I mean, that's something that we need to consider as well.
I think it was like $5,000 to run it. What is it?
1,500.
1,500.
$5,000 with the new machines.
But
I think it's worth
$5,000
1,500
next
if
year.
we have to go out again.
And that's total or per site?
New machines.
Right now, it's only $1,500. We can use the old machines, which we are doing, until December 31st. And then I have to give the lever voting machines back to the county. The biggest cost with the new voting machines is going to be the printing of the ballots.
What's the calendar look like again?
You want to see the last page?
Not yet.
Where are we? 34.
Get it back in order here.
So, I mean, we could go back and look at tightening things up after we add back in the
What's the date today? Today is
band and the opt-out, and try to take Scott's recommendation, shave it by a tenth or two or whatever we need to do to kind of get it down to a number that's slightly below the tax cap. That seems like a reasonable proposal.
I guess what we have to do is we have to decide as a group what we're gonna go out there with. You know, I mean, I don't feel comfortable with 3.9. I don't feel comfortable with 4.0. I don't care, Bob. I have to disagree with you. If it's going to go down, you know, no matter what we do, if the people that have come here pleading their case don't get other people to vote and we don't get our message across, it doesn't matter what we put out. I think it'll go down anyway, because you know what I mean. I just think that we have to, the first time out, we have to ask for what we want. You know, I think we have to ask for what we want. So, I mean, my recommendation would be that we go to 4.56. I mean, because that's basically the majority of the board doesn't want to go above 4.56, so we have to stay within that parameter. So I would say that if that's where the majority of the board wants to be, then my recommendation would be to go to 4.56. You know, if you can take a few of the suggestions that we made, Don, based on some of the things. I don't think that, you know, as much, Jackie, as I would like to put back, the teachers.
The special ed stuff?
Well, the special ed stuff, maybe there's a way that you know, that there could be a compromise on that, maybe use a little fund balance, maybe, you know, I think we should keep the assistant director of special ed, at least for now, because I just think that there, with the new strat plan and a couple of the other things that are going to be coming down the pike, that it's such an important area that we might need that person, at least to help sort things out.
We need a little cushion for next year, too, because next year is not going to be...
You know, I don't want to cut any of the... You know, I agree with Jackie, but, you know, we can't have everything we want here if we're going to keep the tax rate at 4.56. So my recommendation would be that we would say use 4.56 as our guideline.
Add back strings and opt out, and that seems to be the consistent.
You know, and then, you know, maybe we use a little fund balance and tweak a couple of the other things and you know, to compromise. But that's what I think we should do, at least for now anyway. Because we have to have an idea tonight what we're going to do, because we've only got one more meeting before we have to adopt, before we have to go out and adopt.
And I'd like to come back to you on the 16th with a final, you know, final presentation. This is the budget that we're going to adopt.
Right.
So it's great if we could leave here tonight and just say opt out, band,
right,
and 4, 5, 6, and you know, give us the latitude of trying to work that down a little bit, or,
Yep. I mean, and I agree with Sandy, and I agree with you, Don, relative to using the fund balance, but I also have to agree with Scott and Bob. Maybe we don't want to use another 400,000, but maybe we use 200,000, or maybe we use 150. If it could give us maybe maybe we cut a few of the things out of the special ed budget that are really stuff that isn't a necessity. Maybe we could put back one more teacher in the elementary program. I mean, but I think we should use a little bit of the fund balance to get back a couple of the things.
So if you give us the number, we can go back to the drawing board.
Can we put a motion on the table, Mr. President, to have the 4.56 be our percentage that we attempt to go out with?
You can put that motion. I'll second that motion. Pat, I'll start with you. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that.
Bob?
We don't know unless we ask.
Right. Bob? So you're going to say no?
Well, I'll make my decision in the next 2 weeks, but I haven't.
Okay, all right.
I've stated how we could get it down. And
Okay.
obviously, that's not agreed by the rest of the board.
Okay. Scott? Okay. You're going to vote against 4.56? Okay. Okay. I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that.
Can you pass on me for a minute?
Yeah, sure. Michael?
I think it's a majority vote, isn't it?
Well, it is, but this isn't
But
what
your vote still
what
counts.
we're adopting, but your
And
vote
that's what
still
we're
counts.
adopting. It's what
As
we're-
does Bob's and everybody else's here.
I still think we should go for something a little higher. I know there's people out there that are suffering, but when it comes down to the calculation, it's not that much more. I don't know,
So
Not
you
that more
abstain, or
money.
you?
Not that more in money.
Well, Kay,
Can I
you
say no
just
for now?
yeah, you can say no. Yes, you can. And Kay, just to clarify, you're not voting it down because it's too high. You're voting it down because it's too low.
Too old is, I'm not, I'll make it.
Okay. Okay. So go back and do that.
He's like, do what? I can see
No,
the look
4,
on
5,
his
No,
face.
4, 5, 6.
He goes,
Right, right.
Yeah, 4, 5, 6. Add back the music. Add back the opt out, and
No.
we'll
And then-
play with some
and
balance.
don't
and
play with some fund balance.
some of these
and
other
stuff like
ideas
that.
that you guys have
Right.
thrown
Okay.
out.
Just to clarify something, we, in our Friday letter, we got the recommendations for the TAs, and there was like option 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't know if it was A, B, C, D, whatever it was. I'm guessing that this is all but, the least of those options, correct?
Yeah, I mean, to
Or
get
are
to
they, or have they changed? Like, is it, are they dispersed differently than that?
There's 180 teaching assistants in the district. We spent a lot of time with Val looking at the special ed leadership believes that we can make the cuts that we've got on this
Without impacting.
No,
without
but
impacting students.
I just wondered if it had, if it was different locations than what we previously got or what it was.
Oh, no, I
or
don't
if
think
this is just taking out those other three projected cuts.
Yeah, did we send the stuff at Val?
Yeah, we got an email today, Pat.
But do you have this?
I gave you all
Probably
the
I have it
detail.
now,
It
but-
kind of tried to answer some of the questions you guys raised.
I've had 3 extra kids at home this past weekend, so I didn't.
Okay.
Believe me, 8 kids. I wasn't reading emails this weekend.
Okay. The most updated document is what you got today.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you.
All right. All right. We have routine action items. Any questions or discussion on the routine action items? Motion to take them as a group. Is that Scott and Tony? Recommended action is to approve A, B, C, and D as submitted. All in favor? That's unanimous. Discussion action items. Request to approve permission for East Syracuse Manoa School District student to be an independent athlete with the North Syracuse Central School District swim team. That's because we have such a wonderful pool. People want to come and be part of our swim team.
It's on the 4th floor.
I was telling Annette that they used to sell, the 9th graders used to sell escalator passes to the 8th graders. It was a great deal. It was $10 for the entire year.
Okay. Any questions on that, or does somebody want to talk to that? Or no? Okay. Tony made a motion to approve the permission for Miss Emily Brayclaw to be an independent athlete with the North Syracuse School District swim team. Second. Is that Jackie? All in favor? That's unanimous. Recommendation to abolish a 1.0 FTE storekeeper and create a 0.5 FTE storekeeper in transportation. And that?
This is something that you saw in the budget, but we'd like to make it effective immediately since we have a retirement position. We're now canvassing the civil service list. They feel transportation we can do with a half-time person, so we would like to start that now.
Okay. Any question? Discussion? Recommended action is to approve that recommendation as submitted. Is that Scott? Is that Michael second? All in favor? That's unanimous. Approval of the 2012-2013 school district calendar. Are there any issues or questions on that? No. Motion to approve the 2012-2013 calendar. I have Michael. I have Jackie. All in favor? That's unanimous. The next items, if I can get my...
I'd just like to make a comment on the
Yes,
district
sure.
calendar. They have an extra day there for break in there. If I looked at it right, it was like they're going to wind up with like a whole lot of time at spring breaks. You guys notice that? Yeah, but there's another day on top of that too, like a superintendent's day too. So they wind up with Good Friday plus another day.
April,
So they
right.
wind up with like almost a week and a half.
No student, yeah.
It starts on the 28th and it goes through the 5th, so it's like a whole week plus 2 days. Just saying.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, go
Recommended action is to approve that calendar. All in favor? We have a motion. Sandy, second. Michael. All in favor? That's unanimous. The items D, E, and F are policy items. Can I have a motion to take them as a group? Sandy, second. Michael. Any questions or comments or discussion on those? A recommended action in item D is to send policy 4510.1 for a first reading. Item E is to amend and readopt 4321, 4321.1, 4321.2, 4321.4, 4321.7, 4770.1, 5313.6, 5421.1 and 4, 5422, and to readopt policies 4321.3, 4321.6, 5433, 9250, and 9350. And also policies G is to abolish 1102, 4321.5, 4321.8. All in favor? That's unanimous.
We got a lot done.
Do we need, busy. Do we need an executive session before we take up personnel items A, B, and C?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So motion to go to executive session for personnel items A, B, and C. I'll second. All in favor? That's unanimous. Bless you. We'll be right back.